Bills, Eagles coming up this Sunday. Kickoff set for 4:25. We got an updated estimated injury report yesterday as the Bills did not practice. Josh Allen dealing with the foot injury, Joey Bosa with a hamstring injury, Taron Johnson with a quad injury, Cam Lewis, hamstring, Shaq Thompson, neck. They were all listed as questionable. Daquan Jones with a calf injury, Dalton Kincaid, knee, Dawson Knox, knee, Jordan Phillips, ankle, and Jordan Poyer, hamstring, along with Matt Prater still dealing with that right quad injury, were listed as non-participants on the report. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in action tomorrow night, looking to advance their 7-game win streak, hosting the Bruins at KeyBank Center. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, 3 Christmas Day games yesterday. The Cowboys beat the Commanders 30-23. The Lions end up with the coal in their stocking as they're eliminated from playoff contention in their 23-10 loss to the Vikings. And the Broncos outlast the Chiefs 20-13. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Celino Law. Car crash? Call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
To win the lottery, you got to buy a ticket. To win a Super Bowl, you got to make the playoffs. Getting into the playoffs is our ticket. What we do with that is up to us and going out there and executing each and every week.
The Bills can't win the AFC now with Mahomes, Lamar, and Burrow all out.
They're never gonna.
They never will.
You're not wrong.
It's year 8 for Josh Allen and Sean McDermott. If they don't get it done now, when is it going to happen? It's Super Bowl or bust for the Buffalo Bills. It needs to happen now.
At the end of the day, we want to come out and take it one game at a time and still have that backs against the wall mentality and try to play our best football going into it.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Good morning. Hope you had a Merry Christmas. Some bad football yesterday. Or some bad football teams yesterday. A lot to get to. It's a Football Friday here on WGR. Good morning. It's the Bills and it's the Eagles on Sunday. I am, are you still full of ham and hopefully ham gravy? Sent my picture out of the ham gravy yesterday. It was delicious. It was delicious. You guys don't know?
I believe it was delicious. I just don't.
You just didn't have any yourself?
No. I had my lasagna and I loved it.
You were saying off the air on the way out the other day, it's a sweet gravy?
Sweet. It's very sweet.
Okay.
It's because the pineapple juice and the maraschino cherry juice, all the drippings are going in there. So you've got both of those two ingredients that are influencing the gravy.
Okay.
Yeah. Just a little bit. Nothing over the top.
I gotta tell you, that did not help.
That didn't help?
That did not help for me.
No, it helps.
I feel like
it's good.
It's too much going into a gravy.
Yeah.
Like it's too complicated. Like,
it's not enough. It's not enough pineapple, and you're not dumping a can of pineapple juice in there. Like the couple of rings that are on the ham, like those little drippings.
Isn't any pineapple pretty strong and present though? I mean,
it makes
pineapple
itself known.
is pretty dominant.
Yeah.
You think any amount of pineapple has to be?
I think it's like a banana in a smoothie. Like it's a powerhouse. Like I'm taking over here now.
Right.
You are going to be very much aware of my presence.
It's the one raw onion that you find on your salad or sandwich, even if there's only one of them.
Yes.
You won't taste anything else after.
You notice.
Right.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of football to get to yesterday. I got a fun experiment that I want to play around with for starting quarterbacks for next year that I did with some family members over the last couple of days. By the way, did not watch Scrooged yet. I committed to doing that when we made our Christmas classics list the other day. Instead, I rewatched the movie that had begun all of this, which was Jingle All the Way, and I have to say it's a terrible movie.
Yeah,
watching it back, it had been a few years since I had seen it, And watching it back, especially the last half hours, what is happening in this movie right now?
Yeah.
Holy cow. I forgot some of the details of that.
It's really quite something.
Yeah.
Yesterday, though, Joe had it in the update. The Lions missed the playoffs. And that's incredible. It is really incredible. To start the show, I really want to just play around with, because we'll get to the Eagles and we'll get to Sal today, Chris Brown, all that ahead. Sabres play tomorrow in a massive game. But it's a weird year. All those clips about all the pressure on the Bills, and you got to do it this year. This is the year you got to do it. It all is within the basis of all these contenders have missed. They've all found ways to miss it. I'll group in Baltimore for now, even though they are not officially out. I mean, they are pretty darn close. So they're in the single-digit percentile to miss the playoffs. And, okay, so it's a weird year. And it's weird because all these talented teams and superstar quarterbacks aren't going to the big dance. How did that happen? How did we get here that these teams have figured out ways to miss? Is there something about the league this year that would play into why this has happened? And the Bills now stand with the longest playoff streak in the NFL. I saw that list yesterday, and because all these top teams have missed, the Bills are up there, I think it's 7 playoff seasons in a row. Somebody's at 5, and then there's nobody else above 3 in the entire league. Somehow that has happened. And if you go down the list team by team, I guess some of it is injury, but then maybe there's a coaching point to be made here, especially about the Lions, who missed yesterday. But, of course, injuries is part of it. I would absolutely chalk up the Bengals missing to, your quarterback got hurt. That's really what it comes down to. Now, they don't have, if you could survive your top quarterback getting hurt, the Bengals might be the worst team to do that because they have the worst defense and a bad offensive line, and they do not have a complete roster by any means. The other teams that have, like Baltimore, I guess you would want to chalk it up to injury. Like Lamar Jackson's season got totally derailed by a hamstring injury that he picked up in Kansas City in September, and he never looked right after that. I mean, I don't know how many games you want to give him with the injury excuse, because he ended up playing 8 games after that hamstring injury. But again, it never looked right. Then he picks up the back. So is it fair to throw their season away with your quarterback wasn't healthy all year? I mean, them I want to do it less with, because they're supposed to be the team with all these Pro Bowlers and all these All-Pro guys and these stars all around the roster. Like, you're supposed to be able to fight through that. They made the playoffs a couple of years ago when Jackson missed a bunch of games, and they almost beat the Bengals with Tyler Huntley. If he hadn't, there was a dumb sneak that he had done on his own from like the 2-yard line, and it ended up being a Cincy touchdown. If he doesn't do that, they maybe win a playoff game without him. So I kind of want to throw away what happened to the Ravens this year and chalk it up to injury, but not as much. I mean, the other two elements that you'd want to point to with the Bengals is your coach should be under a lot of fire because of that graphic that you can look up on social media of all the leads that the Ravens have blown. And that's not a Lamar point, I don't think. Maybe there's a Lamar playoff point to be made, but the graphic that shows all the Ravens were up 35-10 and they lost. And the Ravens here were up 27-16 with 5 minutes to go and they lost. And there's like a dozen of those types of games. To me, that's your coach, I think. I don't know how that's not a Harbaugh criticism. So, and they've had a couple of those this year. I mean, the Bills game is obviously one of them early in the year in that they're not injured for that game. The only injury they had was that Jair Alexander was playing through injury. But Lamar was healthy and everybody else was. Kyle Hamilton was playing. Roquan Smith was playing. They had another one recently. In New England. Right, New England. And Lamar played the first half of that game. But that New England game, you're leading in the third quarter and you can't hang on to it. And that's with, again, Jackson not being available, but they've got with 10 minutes to go, they're up 11, and their win probability is 91% loss. Again, there's a million of those. So, again, like all these are going to be a little different. The two that I think are the ones you can't really throw away due to, especially quarterback injury, are the Lions and the Chiefs, who both play yesterday. And the Chiefs are doing it without Mahomes. The Lions are still, 5%, 6%. Like, they're at home fighting for their season, fighting for a miracle. And most of their important guys are available to them. Jared Goff is playing. Amon-Ra St. Brown is playing. Jahmyr Gibbs is playing. Penei Sewell is playing. Aiden Hutchinson, who was amazing yesterday, he's playing. Your guys are on the field. And you lost to Max Brosmer, who threw for... How many yards did he throw for yesterday? Was it... Did he get to 100?
I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think he did.
I don't think he got to 100 yards yesterday. I mean...
He had 51.
51!
51 yards.
50, you lost to... You were at home against a bad team, and their quarterback threw for 51 yards, and you lost. I mean, the Vikings, by the way, are 8-8, so I don't know how much I want to chalk it up to. They're like a bad team. I mean, they have bad quarterback play. But, man, 51 yards, and you lost. Your season was on the line. By the way, sorry, they were not at home in that game. Those stadiums sometimes look the same to me, and the Vikings were wearing white. Minnesota was at home. But still, you're playing the Vikings, and you're playing their third-string quarterback. How do you lose that game? Lions, I'd want to chalk it up, I think, a little bit to coaching. I think this is a bad year for Dan Campbell. I mean, he takes over play calling in the middle of the season, having really never done it before. And why does he do that? Does he do that because he's really that unhappy with his offensive coordinator who had only had a few games on the job? Or did he do it because he saw his guy, Ben Johnson, leave and immediately go to Chicago? And through a month and a half, it's, he's taking over my division. The division that I've been dominating for a couple of years, he's taking over. And his offense looks amazing. And does Campbell, any part of Campbell go, I'm gonna do the thing he does, and I'm gonna show like I can do this too. And man, there have been some bad offensive games by the Lions. Last night, that's a war of play callers. That is Dan Campbell, who does not have a lot of experience doing this, going up against Brian Flores, who is probably a top 5 defensive play caller in the league, I think. And Flores just has him in a pretzel all night. I mean, it looked easy at times against that offense. By the way, Brosmer had 51 yards. Because of sacks, which they count for team passing yards, take a guess at how many team passing yards the Minnesota Vikings had yesterday in their win. You won't believe it.
I'm gonna almost. I'm tempted to go into the negatives.
He was sacked
quite negative.
7 times.
He was sacked 7 times on the day and lost 48 yards. So their team passing total was 3.
3
yards per pass, 0.1.
Oh,
they won the football game. Got to be a record, right?
Oh.
Or has a team ever won with negative team passing yards?
Oh, I feel like that probably has happened.
Probably like a game in like the 30s.
Mike Tomlin team or something.
Or that. Yeah.
Yeah, that is
Pre-Super Bowl era, I'm sure it happened. Maybe not since then. How do you lose that game?
It's insane how bad that football was yesterday.
Bad. It's because you had bad quarterback play.
Yeah, you just had a bunch of bad dudes that couldn't play the position.
Right. Like Dak, I was appreciating Dak a lot yesterday because he's one of the competent guys. Although he missed CeeDee Lamb on a couple of long touchdowns were wide open, so even he wasn't perfect. But
we've got an early look here. I'm gonna look into this further, but apparently the Houston Texans in 2006 won a game with -5 net passing yards against the Raiders.
Come on, -6,
-5,
-5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's got to be like a Jamarcus Russell team. Or the Raiders have had a lot of bad quarterbacks. Yeah. Could be a lot of guys. So, like, Lions, how do you do that? And I think how you do that is maybe your coach just had a really bad year and he needs to find a Ben Johnson replacement. You're not going to replace a guy that good. I doubt you will get a guy as good as Ben Johnson at it. But you got to get somebody. I mean, we've seen that from the Bills. Joe Brady is not the worst play caller in the league, but he does a lot of things that frustrate a lot of people, and he doesn't get a lot out of some of the most important positions. It can matter. It can matter a lot. And I kind of want to chalk that up to being the reason Detroit is going to be sitting at home when everyone thought that's a Super Bowl contender coming into the year. There was no reason to think they weren't other than they lost Ben Johnson. And then there's Kansas City, which what is the thing you chalk up to them missing? What is it? Because, again, like, it's not Mahomes' injury. I hope history doesn't remember that wrong. Because he got hurt on the final drive as they were being eliminated and they were losing. So it was basically over anyway. And then he got injured. So pre-Mahomes getting injured, what was it? Because you could say coaching, you could say the defense wasn't as good, you could say they just lost one-score games. Look at their goal, look at their point differential. The Chiefs might be the one team I'd be willing to listen to. They got unlucky with one-score games and turnovers that affected games, and that they were actually better than their record said, which would be justice, by the way, because last year they were absolutely not as good as their record. So it would only be fair that this year, even if they were, they did have the talent and the skill of a 10-11 win team. And, oh, yeah, you won 6. And that was what you deserved because you won 15 the year before, and you definitely weren't a 15-win football team. So I would say they maybe deserved it. The thing that you might point to about Kansas City, I'm sure someone that would look at the Bills season and see some of their strengths would compare what the Bills can do to what Kansas City can't do. And that is when you aren't throwing the ball as efficiently and effectively as you might want, you have a physical run game to back you up. And that's the thing the Bills do have. I mean, is it not one of the most important reasons why they're not one of these teams that had a fluky or maybe not fluky, disappointing year when you were supposed to be a Super Bowl contender? Is, well, they're one of the best rush attacks in football. And you can overcome some things by at least having that. You win a game against Carolina where you don't really need to ever throw the ball because the other team couldn't really stop you from running it. So you're just going to do that all day. And Pittsburgh was, of course, one of those. I mean, Allen he beat the Jets with less than 200 yards. He beat the Panthers with less than 200 yards. He beat the Steelers with less than 200 yards. He beat the Patriots and the Browns with less than 200 yards. So 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 wins without really having to have your quarterback that's an MVP do a lot. Now, I don't know if that's going to win them the Super Bowl, but that's one of those key differences that Kansas City, they've chosen not to do it. A lot of teams have, and not everybody it's worked, but that's the one thing they chose, no, we don't need it. And I respected that. I really did. Like, I thought you're not going to get sucked into, I'm going to start running it and I'm going to be drafting running backs high and paying running backs. Like Kansas City saying, no, we're going to chase the big play passing offense again, and we're going to build that while you're all busy over here with your 4.5 yards a carry. But they didn't build that. And that was the risk they took, is when, Xavier Worthy, he might be better than Keon Coleman, but he's not what they probably hoped he was. And when he's not really doing it for you, and Mahomes is missing all these throws down the field, which happened a lot this year, and your defense regressed a little bit, and oh, crap, now I'm out. And that happened quick for Kansas City. It's just a weird year, and I think it's probably different reasons for a lot of them. Detroit might be the most amazing one, though, because they should never have missed the playoffs. And they're going to be sitting at home, 8-8 eliminated. So that means the NFC field, by the way, is decided. It's over. Right now, there will be, obviously, 14 teams headed to the playoffs, as there are every year now. And 13 of them are decided. And that's probably also a little unique to this season. I wonder how common that is, that with 2 weeks to go, there's only one playoff spot available, and even that spot is not really that available. Or I guess, no, there are 2. Sorry, so 12 of the 14, because Pittsburgh hasn't clinched yet. They need to beat Cleveland for that. But that wild card spot, like, barely. It's the Colts 2 games back of Houston with Phillip Rivers, and that doesn't seem all that likely. So, weird year, and the Bills are the one constant that are going. 803-0550 is the phone number. I want to get into a comparison between the Bills and the Eagles today a little bit. I think they are, in one way, very, very much opposites. And how they're built, in, how the caps are kind of structured as well. But it's a lot to do with the quarterback position. Jalen Hurts on the other side. A lot of football yesterday. Hopefully you got off to a good start in your fantasy championships. If you had the Vikings kicker, you're probably pretty happy waking up this morning. He had 16 points in most formats. Hopefully you did not start Justin Jefferson, but you're probably not this far if you had been along the way anyway. Anyways, a lot to get to today. Got a week 1 quarterback exercise that I want to play around with a little bit. We will get to the matchup as well between the Bills and the Eagles and what we'll see on Sunday, the stakes that are involved for both teams. The Bills, there are a little bit more in terms of stakes than Philadelphia. Philly's just chasing down the 2 seed, and they're not even that likely for that. So they don't have a lot on the line. It really is a shame looking back that this game got scheduled this late. It's such a waste. I mean, maybe we'll get a good game, hopefully, but what a waste. Put that game somewhere early in the year between 2 big-profile teams. You stick it this late in the year, and just whoever loses this game, well, that's fine. That is going to be the reaction. I think that'll be the reaction. I don't announce that yet. If the Bills lose in some stupid way, fans will be angry the next morning. Like the last time they lost to Philadelphia, right? That was, you lost with that lead in overtime, and what did McDermott do? I think in that game he kneeled the ball with like 35 seconds left. Maybe that's not the amount of time. Should find it. But that last Bills-Eagles game in Philadelphia 2 seasons ago, that is early Joe Brady. That is a bad coaching decision at the very end of it, which you don't always get a lot of. 37-34 in overtime. The Bills lost to Philadelphia. The other thing that happened in that game, I think, was in overtime, Gabe Davis was wide open in the end zone, and him and Allen were on the...
Yeah.
Davis went one way and Allen went the other?
I think, Davis might have gone up the sideline and Allen threw like maybe a little stop route.
Okay, right. That's right.
And it looked bad.
Yeah.
I might have those reversed. Maybe Davis stopped and
There was a big miscommunication, though. I think you might have it right. Yeah.
One of those 2 things happened where Allen just completely guessed wrong, I guess, on where Davis was going with it.
Right. McDermott kneeled the ball with 20 seconds left on the clock. They had timeouts, and they were at the 35. No, they were at the 25-yard line. Oh. So you probably needed to go 35 yards in 20 seconds, but they've done that before.
Yeah.
So didn't take a shot at it. They lost that game. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you've got a thought on this game, this matchup, feel free to give us a call. The playoff field is almost set for both conferences, so we can really start looking ahead to playoff matchups and seeding and whatnot. But the meaning of this game on Sunday, and a lot more to get to here on a Buffalo Bills Football Friday here on WGR. It's Jeremy and Joe. Happy holidays, and more of your phone calls when we come back here on WGR. Lions, I'd want to chalk it up, I think, a little bit to coaching. I think this is a bad year for Dan Campbell. I mean, he takes over play calling in the middle of the season, having really never done it before. And why does he do that? Does he do that because he's really that unhappy with his offensive coordinator who had only had a few games on the job? Or did he do it because he saw his guy, Ben Johnson, leave and immediately go to Chicago? And through a month and a half, it's, he's taking over my division. The division that I've been dominating for a couple of years, he's taking over, and his offense looks amazing. And does Campbell, any part of Campbell go, I'm gonna do the thing he does, and I'm gonna show like I can do this too. And man, there have been some bad offensive games by the Lions. Last night, that's a war of play callers. That is Dan Campbell, who does not have a lot of experience doing this, going up against Brian Flores, who is probably a top 5 defensive play caller in the league, I think. And Flores just has him in a pretzel all night.
Bills, Eagles this Sunday, kickoff set for 4:25 at Highmark Stadium. We got an updated injury report yesterday as the Bills did not practice. It's an estimated injury report. Josh Allen, foot. Joey Bosa, hamstring. Taron Johnson, quad. Cam Lewis dealing with a hamstring. Shaq Thompson with a neck injury. They're all listed as questionable. Daquan Jones, calf injury. Dalton Kincaid, knee injury. Dawson Knox, knee injury. Jordan Phillips dealing with an ankle injury. And Jordan Poyer with a hamstring injury. Along with Matt Prater, who's still dealing with that right quad injury. They were listed as non-participants on the report. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in action tomorrow night, looking to advance their 7-game win streak, hosting the Bruins at KeyBank Center. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock, and you'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, 3 Christmas Day games yesterday. The Cowboys beat the Commanders 30-23. The Lions end up with coal in their stocking as they were eliminated from playoff contention in their 23-10 loss to the Vikings. And the Broncos outlast the Chiefs 20-13. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Third down and 12. Chase all the way back, running for his life, throws, and it is broken up, and it is Christian Fulton. Comes away on third.
The Denver Broncos squeak past the Chiefs last night. Another team that did not throw the ball at all, but they were in the football game right to the very end. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Hope you had a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Last night, that game, the Broncos were losing at halftime and into the third quarter against Chris Ola. Do we figure out how to pronounce his name? Oladukin? I'm still going with it.
That's how I'm running with it.
All right, I'm still going with it. He had the Chiefs in the lead, which I think Denver is going to be the team today that everyone goes, they're not the team that I'm worried about. I'm not worried about playing Denver. That's how I feel about them right now. I think, honestly, if I'm looking at it from the Bills' perspective, I think the Broncos, honestly, despite the fact that they are the 1 seed, that other than Pittsburgh, they might be the team I'd be least worried about come playoff time. New England has a better quarterback. Jacksonville, I think, is a better overall team on both sides of the ball, and they proved that winning in Denver easily last week. The Chargers are the one that I might think is close, and we'll see who wins that game next week. If the Chargers win against Houston, then I believe that game would be for the division next week. And I trust the Chargers quarterback more, but they've got their line problems and other things. And then Houston's got an elite defense, which I guess Denver does too, but I think the Texans' defense might just be one step above where Denver is. That one's close too. I don't know, just Denver, man, they play. You know, the Bills have done this too, right? Like, they played a game against Miami early in the season where they kind of needed the Dolphins to take a stupid penalty on a punt to help the Bills win the game at home. And then they lost that team later in the year. They played the Saints close at home early in the year. They just played the Browns close. So the Bills have some of these too. But Denver this year, they have 1-score wins over Tennessee, over the Jets, over the Raiders twice, the Commanders with Marcus Mariota. That game went to overtime. Make sure that's Mariota. And that wasn't a Jaden Daniels game. Denver won 27-26. That was a Mariota game. Okay, so Washington with a backup quarterback. And now Kansas City with a third-string quarterback. I mean, those are all wins. They didn't lose. They've not lost, really, to a bad team yet this year. Their only losses are to the Colts when they were running hot early in the year, the Chargers, and then the Jaguars. But if this is one of those where if we did the college football playoff committee thing, what would your resume look like? Okay, those are all wins, but beating the third string quarterback of the Chiefs barely is not a impressive mark. Beating the Raiders 10-7 is not impressive. Beating the Jets 13-11 is not impressive. I don't know. Denver, I just am never impressed by them. They can't run the ball great. They have a decent quarterback, and I think even the defense is great. It's very good, but it's not quite as dominant as Houston. And I thought a lot last night watching them. Like, that is a team I would feel very comfortable playing if I were the Bills. More than I would a lot of the other teams they could run into. 803-0550 is the phone number. Denver's not one of these teams. Play a quick game here. Week 1 game for next year. I was doing this with my brother and some other family members over the last couple of days. All these backup quarterbacks that are in right now, and, the Cardinals are talking about, like, life without Kyler Murray. There was a Lamar Jackson report the other day about his future in Baltimore. I don't think that is at all likely to play into, reality. But how many Week 1 starters... How many teams are going to have different Week 1 starters next year in the NFL? How much are we really going? How much movement are we really going to get? Let's count them up. Let's count them up.
Okay.
We'll throw some football music underneath.
Yes,
What are we going to get? We'll start in the AFC East.
I think
Is Tua the Dolphins quarterback Week 1 next year?
Tua's definitely out.
Yeah, I think he's played his last snap for the Dolphins.
He's down in that third spot for them. McDaniel is done with him.
Yeah,
he's done.
I think so too.
And he's more worried about his job than getting Tua to start again.
That's where I'd want to put it. If McDaniel is the coach, then it's not Tua. And I think all roads all signs point to it's probably McDaniel for one more try.
Right. It feels like that's all. Like, let's see if McDaniel can do it with a real guy that can actually function back there.
The Jets are a different quarterback next year?
So it's going to be Justin Fields or the field?
Right. They would pick 4th right now.
It's a different quarterback, without question, I think. They might even make a move, just pick
for
up
a veteran?
free agent, veteran, or something like that, I think, yeah.
Keep in mind, there won't be a lot of free agents, but there will be a couple that you could get your hands on.
Glenn's going to stick around there, we think?
I don't see how he's gone after one season.
It's been such a nightmare,
bad.
though.
It's been bad.
It reminds me of Gerard Mayo last year.
Yeah.
Like, it's only 1 year, but it's not going well team-wise. It's not going well in the locker room. It's definitely not going well in front of the media.
Right. Everything feels very tense and bad and, just not.
The difference there was if you're New England, you believed, okay, I could lure a Mike Vrabel in.
Right.
If you're the Jets...
You're kind of...
Yeah, what other option are you really going to try?
Right. What good, competent coach is going to come coach the Jets at this point? I wouldn't do it if I were them, whoever that person was. Okay, so probably 2 in the East.
I think that's fair.
What about the AFC West? Nobody? Well, no, the Raiders.
The Raiders.
The Raiders would be the only one I see making a change.
Right.
But if Pete Carroll's still the coach next year...
Yep.
I kind of...
Is he?
I don't know if he'll be the coach.
I think
next
he's
year.
going to be gone.
I do too.
It is such a joke over there.
It is.
Yeah.
Who do they? I mean, I think they would be a different starter.
That team is probably just gonna close their eyes and take a rookie, right?
Yeah.
I think they're just gonna shoot something and hope it works.
And we'll
what
see.
sticks.
It could be number 1. This game this week against
Right.
the Giants is maybe going to decide that. If they win the game, then they're dropping to 6 or 7, and then or 4, 5, 6, wherever they'd be, and that'll get a lot tougher. But if they're right at the top, I think they probably just take a rookie and go with it.
Yeah, see what happens.
The Chiefs are kind of like a half answer because if Mahomes isn't ready for the start of the year, then someone else is doing it.
Right, yeah.
It won't be Gardner Minshew.
No, it won't be him either.
He also tore his ACL.
Right.
Like a Trubisky level player.
All right, Trubisky might be
That could be
interesting
Or him.
for that exact thing because he's a free agent, isn't he?
Is Trubisky a free
I
agent?
believe he is.
You got him starting week 1 against as a Chief next year?
That'd be pretty funny.
Would
That
that
would be.
get that Bills-Chiefs matchup back on prime time?
No, it could.
Oh,
It could. The
Little
Trubisky
Trubes
revenge
revenge game?
Yeah.
Trubisky is a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about that? Trubisky to start week 1 for the Chiefs next year.
Against
I like
the Bills.
I like
Primetime window. That should start the season Thursday night.
The Bills would hammer a Trubisky led team.
Oh, yeah.
By Kansas City. So that's like a half answer.
Yeah.
No Denver. No Chargers.
No.
The AFC South at this point.
That's just the Colts,
The
right?
Colts should have a different starter. Daniel Jones is a free agent off that Achilles injury.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's kind of just...
It's kind of a tough spot if you're Indy.
We're done, I think. I don't...
Maybe. It was going really well.
He really fit what they were doing.
But how much of that was anything he was really doing? Is it not the same as...
I know.
Mac Jones in San Francisco?
Yeah.
Well, that's the guy I've been waiting to bring up. I think he's a starter somewhere at the beginning of next year, and
Right.
Indy is possible for that.
Yeah.
And if you're trading for Mac Jones and probably paying him a little bit, you're not also signing Daniel Jones.
No.
I don't think that makes sense.
Swap out the Jones. That's all
But
you
you
got
could
to do.
keep the Indiana Jones nickname.
You could.
You could.
If you want.
Wow. Just
That would be
transfer
funny.
it
You just
over.
rebooted the franchise.
Just
That's all you
move it
did.
on over to Mac. I mean, if I were them, that's what I would do. I wonder, though, especially if they can't get a guy like that, do they just say, we're not anywhere in the draft to get a guy. There's not a lot of options. We didn't get Mac Jones.
Right.
Let's just run it back, and we'll kill 6 weeks until you're returned. I mean, that's the tough life to live because that coach has been there a while, and they've missed the playoffs a bunch, and they've been churning through quarterbacks.
Right.
I don't think Phillip Rivers is their starter next year.
Yeah.
So I'd
No.
put the Colts on that list. No on the Titans, I think.
Nah,
I think they're
they
gonna stick
with
with Ward.
And they should, I think. Get him a real team.
He's shown some
see what
flashes
they get.
recently, too. so,
Texans, no.
No, Stroud will be there.
Yeah.
Even though it's not going great.
Unfortunately for them, he'll be there. They're not going to move off of him.
He's going to be the next. You're stuck with this mid guy.
Who is Cleveland's starting quarterback week 1 next year?
Do they have another carousel in the
I've got us
offseason?
at 6 right now, by the way.
Yeah.
And we're still in the AFC.
Right. Shedeur starting for the Browns
He
next year?
very well could be. Very well could be.
But it doesn't feel right.
No.
5, by the way, I was at.
Stefanski might be out, right?
Probably.
They could very well move him in the offseason and
Maybe.
just get rid of him.
Maybe.
Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, that's kind of...
I think
that's where they're at.
odds are it's someone different. I don't think that coach, if he's still there, wants anything to do with Sanders long term.
No.
No.
I think
So-
that's
But I think
exactly
a new
right.
coach would absolutely...
Maybe get pigeonholed into it.
Maybe pigeonholed, or you see what he's actually been able to do a little bit, and you're kind of like, okay, let's try this
What's
thing.
he doing, really?
I could see them being like
It's been fine.
I could see them being like a Kyler Murray team.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Someone like that. Someone that is about to get cut. Maybe Tua is
Kinda
this too.
talented in some way, yeah.
Some quarterback that's about to get cut because their contract's too big because they're not actually that good, and that's where Cleveland's going to go. The retread. That would be my bet right now. That's 6. There's the Joe Burrow conversation.
He's
Yeah.
sticking around.
He might
for
be
at
the
least
Dolphin
I
starter.
really think he could get out. I'm not going to say it's more likely. That's why I wouldn't put it on the list. But I think it's a real possibility.
He could be playing for the Dolphins.
Yeah.
But the Ravens.
The Raven, he could all in
Lamar.
division swap. Oh,
I still
man.
like the Rams for him.
That'd be good too.
That would be.
When we were going through this with some family, my brother obviously covers the Eagles, and we got to Joe Burrow, and he said that is the most Howie Roseman Eagles trade of all time. Like,
Oh,
you
man.
watch.
How much
He's like,
more can you mortgage?
He's like, I guarantee you, if Joe Burrow actually ever became available, that GM would offer Jalen Hurts and multiple first-round picks. He would make the Goff Stafford offer
Whoa.
for Burrow. Like 100%. And I believe it.
I believe it too. But
I mean, he
just
drafted
don't-
Hurts in the second round when he had a highly paid franchise quarterback.
Right.
He's fired coaches 2 years after winning the Super Bowl. Like that's the type of guy that would do that. But
That would
Burrow's
be a
probably not
wild
moving.
Swap.
And then in the NFC, quickly, if we run through it,
Yeah.
NFC East, no change, right? 4 for 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
NFC North, no change. Wait, no, one change. Minnesota.
Minnesota's got
They got to figure something out there. McCarthy is not.
Jones go there. Daniel.
Daniel Jones.
Well, that they are going to be in the Mac Jones running.
Right.
Other than that, that's a tough one because they kind of need someone right now and they don't have a lot of immediate veteran options.
Right.
They've played their way out of a draft pick that's valuable enough.
And isn't Jones a trade? They only have to trade to get
They would have to trade for
Jones?
him. Yep.
Right.
Trade for and then pay.
And then pay.
Probably.
Right.
I mean, if I were them, I would still probably do that.
I probably would do it too.
Can he be as good as Darnold was 2 years ago? Or relatively close to it?
Has he ever been as talented as
No.
Darnold?
No, but listen, if I were the Vikings, I would look at Mac Jones and say, I run a pretty similar offensive scheme, right? All of this is under the Shanahan tree.
Yeah.
And Mac Jones proved this year that under the Shanahan tree, he can look really good.
Yeah.
And he did that in San Francisco when he had a lot of injuries around him, right?
And
Like
he was
Kittle,
injured. He was dealing with a
Kittle
knee
was
injury
out,
himself.
Ayuk was out, they had linemen out, Juwan Jennings was out. Like, everybody was out, and he still looked pretty good, right? He had a knee injury he was playing through.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's amazing. I'm just saying Minnesota
It's interesting, yeah.
That could
makes
be
a lot of
fit.
sense.
Yeah.
But they are definitely, I think, a new guy.
Yeah.
NFC South.
South is
What are the Falcons next year?
Falcons, I think, are still Penix.
Still Penix,
Yeah.
right? Get him back off that ACL.
100%.
I'd be
if he can do
so
it.
done if I were them, but I guess you're
I
probably
think
right.
you got to do it for one more year, and then inevitably, I think it will be over.
The Saints? Yes.
Shuck still, right?
Is that going well?
I think it's going well enough.
I mean, he's won a couple games for them.
He's shown enough where if you put
Man.
some pieces around him, he might work.
That's
Like,
that's why I would never pick a second, third round quarterback in the
know.
NFL because he had 4 good games. I guess he's my quarterback. Now I've committed my next season to that.
Right.
I would hate to be living that life. He was very good last week. I mean, he played the Jets, but he threw for 300 yards. They won the game by a lot.
The West is interesting. I mean, the Niners, Rams, Cardinals all could have. Well, the Niners will have Purdy,
Niners will be Purdy.
Yeah.
But Rams and Cardinals will be interesting.
Yeah, Rams are sticking with Stafford if he's there, but he might retire.
He's
very
gonna
well could
ride off
retire.
into the sunset after they win the Super Bowl by 40.
Yeah, that could very well.
Yeah, what's
Very well could happen.
Arizona? They just Brissett again next year?
That feels like it's an easy option for them.
Yeah.
Just run it back.
This guy's been good. We'll just do this and probably be bad and then pick a guy.
Listen, Jacoby Brissett, is he a free agent at the end of this year? He could really create a market for himself. I mean,
Hasn't he already done that like twice too?
Yeah,
Like,
he's just known to
he
just
with
create
the
these little
Patriots
markets.
at one point
Yeah.
and went on a little run. And
I'm sorry, he
got-
actually cannot do that because he is not a free agent. He has one more year left after the season.
So they're
So
running
he's
with him.
he's the
Yeah.
Cardinals quarterback.
I
So
think
got
that's right.
we got like 10 teams that are going to have different quarterbacks next year. And most of them are in the AFC.
Yeah,
Got some turnover.
All right.
interesting.
We just skip over one team. Pittsburgh.
Oh, just
I think they're back at Rodgers.
I think he might do
Do you
one
think
more
he
season.
He'll
goes
do one
back
more year.
again?
I
He'll
think-
do one more year.
Yeah, I think he's got one more in his
I
belt.
think he's gonna get his face torn off in the playoffs and go, all right,
And I'm done.
That could-
I'm out.
I mean, there's a possibility that
I mean,
happens. He's kind of caught fire though. It
right?
looks like,
they've
like
been
he's doing
good
his
the last couple
celebration
weeks.
again,
I know,
all that stuff. Like he
but
seems like he's
I'm
loving
just
it again.
so ready for him to be gone. It's over, dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is over for you. He's never winning anything anymore. Like, what is he gonna do? He's gonna win the Super Bowl in Pittsburgh?
No.
Come on.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Just get out of town. Whatever. Do what you want, Aaron Rodgers. You always do, anyways.
All right, like 10 teams. I think we got to. Assuming no craziness with like Jackson or Burrow, which I would bet against right now, but again, I'm just
Maybe we just hold a spot for one wild card.
keep an eye on that Burrow, Philadelphia, or LA Rams idea.
Yes.
He's the type of quarterback teams would move off of their guy. Some teams would move off their guy. 803-0550 is the phone number. On this matchup, Bills and Eagles, I got a thought experiment on how these two teams are built and maybe some lessons to be learned on the Bills side because of what Philadelphia does. That, when we come back, 7 o'clock, is an open segment for you if you want to get your phone calls in at 803-0550. Sal along the way as well. We'll be back in a snap here on a Football Friday. Back in a snap brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, official apple of the Buffalo Bills. Lions, I'd want to chalk it up, I think, a little bit to coaching. I think this is a bad year for Dan Campbell. I mean, he takes over play calling in the middle of the season, having really never done it before. And why does he do that? Does he do that because he's really that unhappy with his offensive coordinator who had only had a few games on the job? Or did he do it because he saw his guy, Ben Johnson, leave and immediately go to Chicago? And through a month and a half, it's, he's taking over my division. The division that I've been dominating for a couple of years, he's taking over, and his offense looks amazing. And does Campbell, any part of Campbell, go, I'm gonna do the thing he does, and I'm gonna show I can do this too. And man, there have been some bad offensive games by the Lions last night. That's a war of play callers. That is Dan Campbell, who does not have a lot of experience doing this, going up against Brian Flores, who is probably a top 5 defensive play caller in the league, I think. And Flores just has him in a pretzel all night. Quick segments, Jeremy and Joe here on a Football Friday. We'll take your phone calls coming up after the break here, so if you're on hold, stay there. We will get to you. Happy holidays. Football Friday and WGR brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. The World Juniors start today. Does anybody have any interest at all?
Oh, yeah.
Anyone? You're still into it?
I always love it. I think it's
appreciate that.
It's fun, man. It's a great tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, the players, it's as close to Olympic sort of energy and vibe as you'll get until the Olympics now are back.
Yep.
But like, I remember, coming up, it was always that's a big deal. Like, go watch the boys. Like, it's awesome.
Yeah.
And USA is running on, I think they've run 2 or 3 in a row here. They've knocked Canada off the pedestal a little bit.
Like, I think the last 6, it's 3-3.
Yeah,
US
that
Canada,
might be right.
Maybe. I think I saw that yesterday.
And yeah, it's fun. I mean, and you get to see, it's a show of who's coming, what kind of players are coming. The USA captain's a Sabres prospect. So
yeah, Brody Zemer.
There's stuff to watch in there. I always like watching the goalies because it's really interesting watching young goalies, I think, at that tournament because they're always just like the peak of every country's, young goalie prospects.
Yep.
And they always you can really tell how differently every country sort of teaches goaltenders at that tournament, I feel. Like Canadian goaltenders play a different way than American guys, and Russian guys are very different.
Yeah.
Which is always interesting to me. So, and it's great. They do a great job with the broadcast. Is always really good. The guys that do it know the players really well and really care about it.
Is it still NHL Network though?
I am not sure who's got it.
I'll have
anymore.
to check because the one thing that's annoying about NHL Network is it's hard to stream NHL Network if you don't have cable.
Yes,
but
that is absolutely true.
Otherwise, I think the World Juniors for me were killed over the years, like my interest because of honestly the Sabres or like that that really diminished it. I wouldn't say killed. I still get up for when USA plays Canada. This year though, I guess because they're on a 7-game win streak, like I can play around with some World Juniors.
That. Yeah.
When we get back, your phone calls, Bills, Eagles, 2 teams that I think are built very differently, and there's quarterback stuff that plays into that, as they both have highly paid quarterbacks, but one of them I think is holding their team back, and the other is like the lifeblood behind it. That when we come back here on a Football Friday, Sal along the way as well here on WGR. Lions, I'd want to chalk it up, I think, a little bit to coaching. I think this is a bad year for Dan Campbell. I mean, he takes over play calling in the middle of the season, having really never done it before. And why does he do that? Does he do that because he's really that unhappy with his offensive coordinator who had only had a few games on the job? Or did he do it because he saw his guy, Ben Johnson, leave and immediately go to Chicago? And through a month and a half, it's, he's taking over my division. The division that I've been dominating for a couple of years, he's taking over, and his offense looks amazing. And does Campbell, any part of Campbell go, I'm gonna do the thing he does, and I'm gonna show like I can do this too. And man, there have been some bad offensive games by the Lions. Last night, that's a war of play callers. That is Dan Campbell, who does not have a lot of experience doing this, going up against Brian Flores, who is probably a top 5 defensive play caller in the league, I think. And Flores just has him in a pretzel all night.
Bills, Eagles this Sunday, kickoff set for 4:25. We got an updated estimated injury report yesterday as the Bills did not practice. Josh Allen dealing with that foot injury, Joey Bosa, hamstring, Taron Johnson, quad, Cam Lewis, hamstring, Shaq Thompson dealing with a neck injury. They were all listed as limited participants if there were practice. Daquan Jones dealing with a calf injury. Dalton Kincaid, knee. Dawson Knox, knee. Jordan Phillips, ankle. Jordan Poyer, hamstring. And Matt Prater still dealing with that right quad injury were listed as non-participants on the report. That's your Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in action tomorrow night looking to advance their 7-game win streak. Hosting the Bruins at KeyBank Center, puck drop set for 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, 3 Christmas Day games yesterday. The Cowboys beat the Commanders 30-23. The Lions end up with cold in the stocking as they were eliminated from playoff contention in their 23-10 loss to the Vikings. And the Broncos outlast the Chiefs 20-13. In other news, the IIHF World Junior Championship starts today. We will see Sweden versus Slovakia, Denmark versus Finland, Germany versus the U.S., and Canada versus Czechia. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
I'm going to go Josh Allen. And here's the deal. Josh Allen to me is Superman, right? He does significantly more with less. If you look at his receiving core versus what Jalen Hurts has, you would say advantage there, right? And so when I look at Josh Allen, he has put this team on his back a number of times. They have literally one of the worst, if not the worst, run defense in the NFL. They have given up 5 different rushers, 100-plus yard games. 4 have had a $140. And for him to be carrying this team into the playoffs, and literally, y'all, when you look at the AFC, they have a real shot. If their defense can just Band-Aid it, They got a shot. And why? Because of Josh Allen. And so I would just say, with no disrespect to Jalen Hurts, who is a freaking baller in and of himself, I would lean my way towards Josh Allen.
Jeff Saturday of ESPN. Allen versus Hurts for, I think it would be the second time on Sunday at Highmark Stadium. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. It's a Football Friday here on WGR. This Bills-Eagles matchup should be a rainy game, by the way. A little warmer and maybe a little bit rainier. I'll be in the stands for this game, and I saw that it's supposed to start right around kickoff. And that cold rain is about as bad as it gets when it comes to weather at the stadium. So, cold and wet. Not great. In terms of impact on the game itself, I'm not sure we'll get a lot of that. I guess we'll see how hard the rain is. 803-0550 is the phone number. On this matchup, if you got a thought on it, and I want to get to a comparison of the quarterbacks, the money of them, and how it impacts the roster in a second. But let's go to Walter in Toronto first. What's up, Walter?
How you doing, guys? Really like your little hockey talk there about the juniors. I'm actually looking forward to it.
Good.
It's always a fun tournament. Just regarding Sunday's game, I mean, these teams seem to be in the same kind of situation. They both made the playoffs. They're more or less locked into their spot. Where do you see this game on Sunday in terms of competitiveness? Are they going to be like Allen's ankle? He might just play a quarter because what are these teams playing for? The Bills this week and next.
Right.
Is it just kind of let's heal
it's
up?
Seeding.
And,
yeah, I mean it's seeding at most, right?
Yeah, but even like I said, they're more or less locked in that 5th spot, right?
Yep. Well, they're not locked into it. I mean, right now, just to lay it out, the Bills are actually the 6th seed at the moment. They would have to win their final 2 games, and even then, they could still be the 6 instead of the 5. 5's their most likely, but they're definitely not. They're not locked into it.
And, it's almost better to be up on those as a visitor. You'd rather be in the 5th seed than the 7th because it's so unpredictable, the NFL. And in the AFC, with all the big guns gone, Mahomes and Burrows and stuff, the Bills may have a home game, God willing, if they win in the wild card, they may have a home game in a divisional round. Wouldn't that be something? Close out the building with a playoff game.
Yeah. Thanks, Walter, for the call. It would take a lot for that to happen. I mean, you could get it at the AFC Championship, but to get a home game in the second round, let's just play it out. You'd have to get the 5 to start with. And then if you were to get yourself to the 5, Denver is obviously the 1 seed. So let's say they're through and they play, let's say Houston beats New England. That's possible, right? That's very possible. Houston beats New England, but you would also need like the Chargers to beat the Jaguars, and then the Bills would have to beat the Steelers. So you need 3 results to all go exactly towards the road teams. You need the road teams to sweep the home teams in the first round, and you need to be the 5. That's how you get a home game in the second round. Very unlikely, possible, and if there was a year where you could see that happening, maybe this is the year. But yeah, I'm not counting on that. I'm not expecting the Bills to do anything like that with Josh Allen. I think there are levels to holding a guy back and conservativeness with injuries when, the meaning of this matchup is, again, why part of, I said earlier, like they kind of wasted this game putting it this late in the year. The stakes for both teams are not that great. And part of that is who the Patriots play and not having much belief that the Bills will get the help they need to win the AFC East. If the Patriots had left on their schedule, games against Seattle and Jacksonville, then I'd be all into, all right, all out, let's go, because they could easily lose those 2 football games. But it's Brady Cook and Quinn Ewers. So that kind of kills off your stakes in this one. I don't think you bench Allen like that. I don't think they will bench Allen like that. I think what you could see, though, if the foot is still bothering him a little bit and they don't want to go nuts with it because the playoffs are coming and they'd like him to get as healthy as possible into that, what do? You play a more conservative game plan on offense. And not like they don't already do that sometimes, but it's all James Cook. It's running the football. It's even more, I know, not what people want to hear, but it's more screens, right? It's more, plays that have a quick decision to be made by the quarterback so that he's not hanging onto the ball and running around and trying to buy time because nobody's open. I think all you're doing is you're trying to avoid those situations as much as possible. Avoid Allen's got to play hero ball a little bit here and buy time and run around, and he's got to, even run the ball. So you take out your designed runs, you take out your long developing plays. Part of this, though, is the Bills don't really do that a lot anyway. Like a lot of their offense is quick game, bubble screen, James Cook, Ty Johnson out in the flat, quick reads to, quick slants to Keon Coleman when he's active. Like that's a lot of their offense. But it could be even be a higher percentage, I think, on Sunday. And that will go, by the way, for just Allen. I think conservativeness injury-wise with everybody else, you can't really manufacture a game plan with other positions the way you could do that with your quarterback. You can design a game plan around your quarterback that's designed for him to take no contact. You can't really do that with a safety, right? Like you can't do that with Jordan Poyer. You can't design a defensive game plan that is around, Poyer's not going to have to run sideline to sideline on every play. Like you're playing defense. On some level, you got to be able to run around the entire field. And that goes for, like Taron Johnson's limited yesterday and Cam Lewis is dealing with a little bit of an injury and, you can just sit those guys out, I think, if you want to be conservative on this front. Quarterback, I don't think you can really do it. 803-0550 is the phone number on this matchup. Let's go to Rob in Connecticut. What's up, Rob?
Oh, hey, Joe. Merry Christmas once again. Hello, Owen. And I just talked to Callie. So, listen, Joe, the thing I was thinking about, I'm not too concerned about the quarterback duo, dueling it out.
Yep.
Josh Allen all the way. But this is run all day long. This is Cook versus Barkley, because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that the Bills' defense is lacking in the run game. So, I mean, it's just going to be Cook and Barkley all day long. That's what I foresee in this game. Few passing here and there, but I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of outcome this is, with Cook and Barkley. So that's my take on this.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Rob. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Those two players, last year's leading rusher against this year's leading rusher. And if the weather plays into it at all, I mean, usually it doesn't too much, but it's supposed to be a little rainy. These teams want to run the ball. They like to run the ball. And one's had much more success doing it this year than the other. I mean, Cook leads the league in rushing, and he also leads the league in yards over expectation by almost 100. He's at 354. Derrick Henry is in second place at 256. Barkley, by the way, if you're wondering what kind of season he's having, he is only 81 yards over expectation. Cook is 354. So if you do that by attempt, I mean, Cook is gaining a yard, 1.25 yards per attempt more than he's really supposed to. And Barkley is 0.3. Like, he's much closer to, he's about doing what is expected of you. His line's been a little banged up. Lane Johnson this year, I think, is hurt a bit. So, yeah, it's not just, though, the season Barkley's having. It is also that the Bills, have one of the worst rush defenses in football. And if they've been lit up by the likes of Sean Tucker this year, then what could Saquon Barkley do to them? That is a bit terrifying, sure. But I wonder what their game plan looks like. I still think, what was the game that really showed this? The game against Pittsburgh was this a bit, right? Cincinnati was another one. I don't know. I still believe that even though the Bills' rush attack is really poor, that part of that is their own choosing. That part of that is their own, we're okay with this because the trade-off is we have one of the better pass defenses in the league, which is also true. And there have been a couple examples, not a lot, not a ton of them, but there have been a couple games this year where New England maybe was another one of these. They sell out to stop the run, and they're able to do it. Usually that's when Shaq Thompson's available to them. I'm not sure they can do that when Terrell Bernard is their middle linebacker. Derrick Henry in the playoffs last year is the same thing. I'm not telling you they are a stout rush defense when they decide that. But if they really, really wanted to commit to stop the run in a certain game, I think they are capable. I think, again, part of it is they are willing to be this bad against the run because it has made them one of the elite pass defenses in the league. And that is more valuable. It is. If they had a better roster, you could be good at all of it. But I think when you have a defensive roster that is lacking, I think you have to choose your battles. And I think this is a battle they've chose for a long time. This was true of them in the first couple of years of McDermott, where they had one of the best pass defenses in the league, and every once in a while, a Jonathan Taylor would light them up, and you'd go, they can't stop the run. And I would always say to that, part of that is their own choosing. Taron Johnson spoke to that a couple of times a few years ago. We want to invite them to run the ball. And part of inviting them to run the ball is your personnel is a little lighter, and, teams are going to be able to do it sometimes. So I don't know. What is that to say? I think it is interesting to me what they'll do, whether they'll sell out to stop the run in this game. Dare Jalen Hurts to beat you. They have great receivers, and sometimes they will be able to do it. But I do kind of think this could be one of those games where It's not as much nickel, and there's more 3 linebacker sets, especially now that they're healthier at that position, and they go heavy, and this is the opposite. This is one of those few games where the Bills say, let's shut down Saquon Barkley, and let's dare Jalen Hurts to beat us from the pocket. I could definitely see that being their game plan. Let's go to Eric and Elma. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Merry Christmas. Thanks for taking my call. So my question is about, it's similar to, you're talking about like sitting players, protecting them against injury.
Yeah.
I wonder what your thoughts are about the Bills kind of second game plan a little bit. It kind of seems like, against the Browns last week, we were looking past them a little bit, like, really not trying to show anything game plan-wise, particularly on defense, very vanilla defense. Wondering, is that something you see in the next few games, given that these games don't have as much meaning as the prior games?
Yeah, that's a good question, Eric, and I do think that that's probably likely, that you're not going to see their best plays in the next 2 weeks. I think part of that could also be the Allen injury, and maybe you're limited in what you can do. Like, some of their best plays are Allen runs, honestly. And do you want to show that in the next 2 weeks when he's also got the foot injury? I don't think you really need to. It's tough to ever know, though, like what degree they actually do it. Any of these teams. What are they saving versus what do they cook up, in the next couple of weeks? Are there plays that we could see in they play, let's say they get through Pittsburgh. They play Jacksonville in the second round, and they run this play we haven't seen all year that is amazing and works, and it's a touchdown. You could write the story of, they were saving that play all year. But I always wonder how much of it is that and how much of it is these coaches go to work and they create something that they think will work before that game. And, they didn't really create this play in September and save it. No, they created it in January. It's tough to know when you don't really always get the full honesty from the coaches on stuff like that, because they're not going to always tell you. Shanahan will tell you. Shanahan tells you a lot these days. You could sit down with him for an hour, and he'll tell you every little piece of his offense, it feels like now. But most coaches are not. Billy in Toronto next. What's up, Billy?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Listen, I see it a little bit differently. I want us – when we came the closest to basically winning the Super Bowl was that game where where Mahomes went down and scored with 13 seconds left. And it was an absolute shootout. And I think there's not a team, except maybe the LA Rams if they get there, that can go with us toe-to-toe when Josh sits in the pocket or runs around and scrambles and throws the ball 45 times. Nobody is beating us. I don't want to see a mixture. I don't want to see a little bit or try to establish the run. These last 2 games, and I know we don't want to get guys hurt, but I want us to put on tape. This is how you're going to beat us. We're coming out, and you better score 40, because if you don't, you're not beating us. Simple as that. And if we do that, and they do get it on tape, for 2 weeks they see, hey, look at the way Buffalo's playing now. This is Katie bar the door football. Well, then maybe we can run the ball when it's in the playoffs, and they see that we've come with a different approach. I want us to show something absolutely different of what we're gonna produce. I don't think we win the Super Bowl if we try to run the ball. Let Josh do his thing, and let's blow people out up and down the field. And if our defense gives up 35, I know Josh will score 38 or 45 for us. That's how I see it, guys.
Yeah.
Later.
Thanks, Billy, for the call. Listen, you are speaking my language. I just don't think they have the guys to execute that type of offense. Do we need to see any more? Do we need to see any more games to know that you want to play that way? I want them to play that way, but I don't know that they can with these receivers. Not to beat a dead horse, but you want to do that. They did it against Tampa this year, and that's kind of it. Baltimore is a comeback. It's a little different, like where, all right, it was pretty evident that going into a game, your plan was let's unleash Josh and sling it around the field. They did that against the Bucs, and it worked, and that's kind of it. And I don't, like, part of that is their own doing and their own choices, but that is also personnel. And the way that Brandon Cooks is dropping footballs right now, and Coleman has become so unreliable for them, and they don't even trust Gabe Davis right now to be active during game days. Josh Palmer is a ghost. I mean, there's nobody. If Kincaid was healthy, maybe it would feel a little different for me. Because that'd be a guy rock solid that you could just really rely on. But without him being healthy, I don't know. I don't feel like they can get away with that. They've built the team they've built, and I think they have to lean in at least some to what they've built. And they've built an offense whose best units outside of your quarterback are your offensive line and your running back and your tight ends. And what that means is you're going to have to run the football. Can they win the Super Bowl running the ball? Listen, I think they can, but it has to come with Big Allen plays, obviously. I don't think you can have these, Josh threw for, what's the right game to pick here? The Pittsburgh game. 123 yards Allen had in that game, and they won the game easily, and it was a lot of running, and Cook went off. Like, you can have a game like that in the playoffs, but to have 4 like that in the playoffs, I don't see it. You got to have more than that. And that's my biggest worry right now. My biggest worry is that if they need to get to that type of game, that they might not be capable of winning it. 803-0550 is the phone number on this matchup against Philadelphia. Some good calls there, 803-0550. If you want to jump in here on a Football Friday, we'll have Improving the Game Plan when we come back. So that's back in a snap, brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills. Sal coming up at 8. By the way, Chris Brown at 8:30 as well, here on Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Last year's leading rusher against this year's leading rusher. And if the weather plays into it at all, I mean, usually it doesn't too much, but it's supposed to be a little rainy. These teams want to run the ball. They like to run the ball. And one's had much more success doing it this year than the other. I mean, Cook leads the league in rushing, and he also leads the league in yards over expectation by almost 100. He's at 354. Derrick Henry is in second place at 256. Barkley, by the way, if you're wondering what kind of season he's having, he is only 81 yards over expectation. Cook is 354. So if you do that by attempt, I mean, Cook is gaining a yard, 1.25 yards per attempt more than he's really supposed to. And Barkley is 0.3. Like, he's much closer to, he's about doing what is expected of you. His line's been a little banged up. Lane Johnson this year, I think, is hurt a bit. So, yeah, it's not just, though, the season Barkley's having. It is also that the Bills, have one of the worst rush defenses in football. And if they've been lit up by the likes of Sean Tucker this year, then what could Saquon Barkley do to them? That is a bit terrifying, sure. But I wonder what their game plan looks like. I still think, what was the game that really showed this? The game against Pittsburgh was this a bit, right? Cincinnati was another one. I don't know, I still believe that even though the Bills' rush attack is really poor, that part of that is their own choosing. That part of that is their own, we're okay with this because the trade-off is we have one of the better pass defenses in the league, which is also true. And there have been a couple examples, not a lot, not a ton of them, but there have been a couple games this year where New England maybe was another one of these. They sell out to stop the run, and they're able to do it. I'm not expecting the Bills to do anything like that with Josh Allen. I think there are levels to holding a guy back and conservativeness with injuries when, the meaning of this matchup is, again, why part of, I said earlier, like they kind of wasted this game putting it this late in the year. The stakes for both teams are not that great. And part of that is who the Patriots play and not having much belief that the Bills will get the help they need to win the AFC East. If the Patriots had left on their schedule, games against Seattle and Jacksonville, then I'd be all into, all right, all out, let's go, because they could easily lose those 2 football games. But it's Brady Cook and Quinn Ewers. So that kind of kills off your stakes in this one. I don't think you bench Allen like that. I don't think they will bench Allen like that. I think what you could see, though, if the foot is still bothering him a little bit and they don't want to go nuts with it because the playoffs are coming and they'd like him to get as healthy as possible into that, what do? You play a more conservative game plan on offense. And not like they don't already do that sometimes, but it's all James Cook. It's running the football. It's even more, I know, not what people want to hear, but it's more screens, right? It's more, plays that have a quick decision to be made by the quarterback so that he's not hanging onto the ball and running around and trying to buy time because nobody's open. I think all you're doing is you're trying to avoid those situations as much as possible. Avoid Allen's got to play hero ball a little bit here and buy time and run around, and he's got to, even run the ball. So you take out your designed runs, you take out your long developing plays. Part of this, though, is the Bills don't really do that a lot anyway.
Bills-Eagles this Sunday, kickoff at 4:25. We got an updated estimated injury report yesterday as the Bills did not practice. Josh Allen dealing with that foot injury. Joey Bosa, hamstring. Taron Johnson, quad. Cam Lewis, hamstring. Shaq Thompson dealing with a neck injury. They were all listed as limited. Daquan Jones with a calf injury. Dalton Kincaid, knee. Dawson Knox, knee. Jordan Phillips, ankle. And Jordan Poyer, hamstring, along with Matt Prater still dealing with that right quad injury. They were listed as non-participants on the report. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in action tomorrow night, looking to advance their 7-game win streak, hosting the Bruins at KeyBank Center. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, 3 Christmas Day games yesterday. The Cowboys beat the Commanders 30-23. The Lions end up with coal in the stockings. They're eliminated from playoff contention in their 23-10 loss to the Vikings. The Broncos outlast the Chiefs 20-13. And the IIHF World Junior Championship starts today. We will see Sweden versus Slovakia, Denmark versus Finland, Germany versus the U.S., and Canada versus Czechia. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Very, very high on Josh Allen. To me, he's the best quarterback in football. But Josh Allen is running out of excuses team-wise. You probably agree with me. This year, more than any other year, I know they're not going to have a home game. Nobody's probably going to come to Buffalo. That would be a pretty big advantage. But Josh Allen, he has his Robin right now with James Cook. The receiving core, not the best, but the AFC is not strong. They're still, in my opinion, the strongest team in the AFC.
David Terapoli on the Bills in the playoffs and the AFC, and Josh Allen. 803-0550 is the phone number. Good morning. It's a pretty chilly Boxing Day. Boxing Day is not really an American holiday, though, is it? It's more Canada and Britain, right? Like,
yeah, I think that's a Canadian or British, really.
British,
it's the biggest.
Yeah,
boxing. I don't. What is it? Just because you have the day after Christmas off? That's just what it is. Is there any reason behind it? I don't understand.
I don't know. I want to imagine boxing has something to do. Just a total guess here with boxes after Christmas.
I believe that is what
it originated as a day for the wealthy to give Christmas boxes with gifts, money, or leftovers to servants. I guess that's where the origination comes from.
It's our butler's Christmas.
I guess so.
The day after
Wait, it's giving them the presents that I didn't want.
Them and the less fortunate presents as a thanks for a year-round service, and for churches also to distribute alms, ALMS. I don't know what
that
is.
Alms.
So alms.
Okay.
Post-Christmas sales. It's like Black Friday, but for Christmas, I guess. Like that's, I guess.
Okay. I got to tell you, I think I hate Boxing Day.
Well, to me, Boxing Day, right? Like I don't know how I feel with the origins there, but although you're giving to the less fortunate, right? Like that's kind of what it's reading like. Or am I wrong in that?
I'm just picturing really rich British people like handing their servants boxes with trash in them, and
that's the origin.
I didn't want this. Take it.
It's been
I don't know.
It says it's evolved from a charitable tradition to a mix of shopping, sports, and rest.
Well, because sports is when I think of Boxing Day personally, I don't think of anything that you celebrate or anything like about like how it started. I only think of Boxing Day means I'm getting World Juniors and I'm getting a ton of Premier League.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
soccer.
Always,
Those are my two things I'm getting.
Also a big horse racing day, apparently.
Okay.
And rugby as well. So not very.
Although
a lot of Euro stuff.
Now that I look at it, there is only one Premier League game today, so maybe that's not a thing. Maybe it used to. I thought it used to be that like the whole league
Boxing
played.
Day is a big Premier League day.
That's what I
feel like that's a disservice.
Not like this just clicked in my mind. This was a story before this season. I think this might be the first time they're not doing it, and that was like a big thing. They're like fans in England are very unhappy with that.
It was definitely 100% used to be a thing.
You get Man United and Newcastle. Owens Man United against Newcastle today.
They've been so annoying this year.
Your one game. And then you get your World Juniors a little bit later on. Time for improving the game plan for this Bills and Eagles matchup, which we'll get rolling on Sunday. Improving the game plan brought to you by Bath Fitter. Improve your bath in one day with Bath Fitter. It just fits. When I look at these two teams, I see two highly paid quarterbacks. Both make $50+ million per year. I think Jalen Hurts, I don't know how most fans feel about him. He's a weird quarterback to evaluate because I look at him and I look at the Eagles roster and I would say, you know what your best game plan would be? Dare that guy to play quarterback and beat you that way. Shut down their run, and they have great receivers. And when they're healthy, they have a great line. Maybe no Lane Johnson again this week. He didn't practice yesterday or the day before. So when they're all healthy, like he's got all these pieces around him. But it's a lot of things actually with him, right? He doesn't have the biggest arm. He's mobile, but he's not like fast. He's almost more physical. That's why the tush push works so well, right? Like he's more physical than anything. That if I can shut you down in the run game, that I can really constipate your offense, and when I make Jalen Hurts have to beat me, most times it's not going to go well for you. And the Eagles have had a lot of games like that this season where they just nothing looks right on offense. They'll go entire halves without, doing anything through the air at all. I mean, some of their losses this year, their defense has showed up. They lose a game in Dallas where they've lost games this year where their defense has given up 22, 24, 24, 21. Like, you get to the low 20s and you have a decent shot of beating the Philadelphia Eagles. On the flip end, the Eagles have won games this year scoring 20, 10, 16. Like, they play these weird low-scoring games, and I think a lot of that is Barkley in the run game not having the same season that they did last year. More times, they need Jalen Hurts to step up and be the guy for them. And he does it once in a while. And again, the weird part about Hurts is he's done it in the Super Bowl twice. He had 2 great Super Bowls, including last year, where all that credit that got given to the Eagles' run game for getting them there, and maybe even those that gave it to them for winning it, probably forget that the Eagles' run game in that game matchup against the Chiefs last year did nothing. Saquon Barkley in the Super Bowl had 25 carries for 57 yards. Kenneth Gainwell had 6 carries for 10 yards. Their 2 running backs, 31 carries for 67 yards. They could not run the ball at all in that football game. But Hurts hit on these bomb passes down the field to A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. So he's done it, and he's done it on the biggest level. But on a consistent basis, I look at the Eagles and think, yeah, they have great players all around the roster, and I feel like the quarterback is lacking a little bit in terms of the hierarchy of who are the best players on that team at their position. I mean, and this is the Bills' point I wanted to make a little bit, how Allen is kind of the opposite. Allen is a superhero that is surrounded by guys that are only pretty good. James Cook's great. Deion Dawkins is great. It's not like it's nobody, but it's a lot of players that are only pretty good. Whereas Jalen Hurts, I feel like, is more of a quarterback who's only pretty good, and he is surrounded by studs at every single position. And the Eagles GM has done that with a big contract to their quarterback, by the way. So you can't use that as an excuse. It's not like he's on a rookie deal. Barkley is an all-pro level running back. A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith are elite-level wide receivers. When healthy, Lane Johnson might be the best right tackle in football even still. And Jordan Mailata is a very highly ranked player at left tackle. Jalen Carter on defense. And Quinyon Mitchell. And DeJean Cooper. Like, they have studs everywhere. Zach Bond was an all-pro last year at linebacker. So, kind of 2 different molds when I look at these 2 teams. Whereas the Bills, I just don't. It's very different. It's a superstar quarterback on a big contract without the elite talent around him versus a guy who's only pretty good with elite talent littered all around him. And I think your best game plan is make that guy beat you. And sometimes he will, but a lot of times he won't. And that's why I think they're having an off year this year. Off year, even though their record is, again, they kind of live this Bills life. Their expectation is so high because everybody knows their roster is loaded that when it doesn't always look perfect, you're left scratching your head going, how can that be possible? But again, they're 10-5. They're 10-5. So it's not like, they're the Lions or they're the Chiefs or they're one of these other elite teams that are going to miss. 803-0550 is the phone number. Get Sal's thoughts on this matchup when we get to him at 8 o'clock on the injury report, as well as there's a lot to get to on that front, including with Josh Allen being limited the last couple of days. 803-0550 is the phone number. It is a Buffalo Bills Football Friday here on WGR, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. I'm not expecting the Bills to do anything like that with Josh Allen. I think there are levels to holding a guy back and conservativeness with injuries when, the meaning of this matchup is, again, why part of, I said earlier, like, they kind of wasted this game putting it this late in the year. The stakes for both teams are not that great. And part of that is who the Patriots play and not having much belief that the Bills will get the help they need to win the AFC East. If the Patriots had left on their schedule, games against Seattle and Jacksonville, then I'd be all into, all right, all out, let's go, because they could easily lose those 2 football games. But it's Brady Cook and Quinn Ewers. So that kind of kills off your stakes in this one. I don't think you bench Allen like that. I don't think they will bench Allen like that. I think what you could see, though, if the foot is still bothering him a little bit and they don't want to go nuts with it because the playoffs are coming and they'd like him to get as healthy as possible into that, what do? You play a more conservative game plan on offense. And not like they don't already do that sometimes, but it's all James Cook. It's running the football. It's even more, I know, not what people want to hear, but it's more screens, right? It's more, plays that have a quick decision to be made by the quarterback so that he's not hanging onto the ball and running around and trying to buy time because nobody's open. I think all you're doing is you're trying to avoid those situations as much as possible. Avoid Allen's got to play hero ball a little bit here and buy time and run around, and he's got to, even run the ball. So you take out your designed runs, you take out your long developing plays. Part of this, though, is the Bills don't really do that a lot anyway. Lions, I'd want to chalk it up, I think, a little bit to coaching. I think this is a bad year for Dan Campbell. I mean, he takes over play calling in the middle of the season, having really never done it before. And why does he do that? Does he do that because he's really that unhappy with his offensive coordinator who had only had a few games on the job? Or did he do it because he saw his guy, Ben Johnson, leave and immediately go to Chicago? And through a month and a half, it's, he's taking over my division. The division that I've been dominating for a couple of years, he's taking over, and his offense looks amazing. And does Campbell, any part of Campbell go, I'm gonna do the thing he does, and I'm gonna show I can do this too. And man, there have been some bad offensive games by the Lions. Last night, that's a war of play callers. That is Dan Campbell, who does not have a lot of experience doing this, going up against Brian Flores, who is probably a top 5 defensive play caller in the league, I think. And Flores just has him in a pretzel all night.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that I put it in terms is to win the lottery, you got to buy a ticket. To win a Super Bowl, you got to make the playoffs. Getting into the playoffs is our ticket. What we do with that is up to us and going out there and executing each and every week. And you want to go into the playoffs playing as well as you can. And obviously, there's still a chance for us to win the division. And obviously, we need help doing that. But at the end of the day, we want to come out and take it one game at a time and still have that backs against the wall mentality and try to play our best football going into it.
Josh Allen, Bills headed to the playoffs. A lot of good teams are not. Lions, Chiefs, Ravens, Bengals, all not headed there. Will they win the division, though, is a lot tougher to see. Brady Cook and Quinn Ewers, the two quarterbacks tasked with beating New England in the next 2 weeks. One thing around the league, though, very quickly on that New England-New York Jets game this week, which, again, really futile to think the Jets are going to win that game. But things happen in the NFL, crazy results, right? The Jets are a 13.5-point underdog, but they are at home. And if this gives you any little smidgen of hope, the Patriots injury report from yesterday. Now, I think probably did, in fact, they even said they did not actually practice yesterday, so it's an estimated injury report, but it looks the same as it did on Wednesday. And you had 7 Patriots starters that were listed as not practicing. They are getting to a place kind of where the Bills were earlier in the season, where the volume of injuries is really starting to pile up. And there's stories I read Ben Volin this morning about how the Patriots don't really have the depth to deal with these injuries, but they do get to play the Jets this week, so that's how they get away with it. But I guess if you are hoping for a big upset, how does it happen? Well, they're at home, the Jets, and New England. They're not their best players, but Kayshon Boutte and Mac Hollins at receiver, those are 2 starters. Carlton Davis at corner is a starter. Harold Landry and Robert Spillane on their defensive line are starters. Kyrie's Tonga on the defensive line, also a starting nose tackle. Jared Wilson, their starting guard, is in concussion protocol. All those guys miss practice. So we'll see. I doubt all of them miss, but if there's one hope you would have about New England getting upset, it's that they're pretty injured at the moment. And that doesn't even factor in all the players that were limited for them. They had a long injury report yesterday. The Bills have a long injury report as well. We'll get to that when we come back with Sal on Allen's injury. And again, yesterday's an estimation for the Bills too, so only so much we could pick up on. Sean McDermott today with Sal in the Extra Point Show will be pretty revealing, because we're going to go right from an injury, estimation without guys really on the field, right to, all right, what are game designations? I believe that's what we're going to get. So, Sal, when we come back on this game, this matchup against the Philadelphia Eagles, the Bills' second to last ever game at Highmark Stadium, unless they play again in the playoffs. It's supposed to be a rainy game on Sunday. Bills against the defending Super Bowl champions. We will preview it coming up with Sal when we come back here on a Football Friday on WGR, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. I'm not expecting the Bills to do anything like that with Josh Allen. I think there are levels to holding a guy back and conservativeness with injuries when, the meaning of this matchup is, again, why part of, I said earlier, they kind of wasted this game putting it this late in the year. The stakes for both teams are not that great. And part of that is who the Patriots play and not having much belief that the Bills will get the help they need to win the AFC East. If the Patriots had left on their schedule, games against Seattle and Jacksonville, then I'd be all into, all right, all out, let's go, because they could easily lose those 2 football games. But it's Brady Cook and Quinn Ewers. So that kind of kills off your stakes in this one. I don't think you bench Allen like that. I don't think they will bench Allen like that. I think what you could see, though, if the foot is still bothering him a little bit and they don't want to go nuts with it because the playoffs are coming and they'd like him to get as healthy as possible into that, what do? You play a more conservative game plan on offense. And not like they don't already do that sometimes, but it's all James Cook. It's running the football. It's even more, I know, not what people want to hear, but it's more screens, right? It's more, plays that have a quick decision to be made by the quarterback so that he's not hanging onto the ball and running around and trying to buy time because nobody's open. I think all you're doing is you're trying to avoid those situations as much as possible. Avoid Allen's got to play hero ball a little bit here and buy time and run around, and he's got to, even run the ball. So you take out your designed runs, you take out your long developing plays. Part of this, though, is the Bills don't really do that a lot anyway. Lions, I'd want to chalk it up, I think, a little bit to coaching. I think this is a bad year for Dan Campbell. I mean, he takes over play calling in the middle of the season, having really never done it before. And why does he do that? Does he do that because he's really that unhappy with his offensive coordinator who had only had a few games on the job? Or did he do it because he saw his guy, Ben Johnson, leave and immediately go to Chicago? And through a month and a half, it's, he's taking over my division. The division that I've been dominating for a couple of years, he's taking over, and his offense looks amazing. And does Campbell, any part of Campbell go, I'm gonna do the thing he does, and I'm gonna show I can do this too. And man, there have been some bad offensive games by the Lions. Last night, that's a war of play callers. That is Dan Campbell, who does not have a lot of experience doing this, going up against Brian Flores, who is probably a top 5 defensive play caller in the league, I think. And Flores just has him in a pretzel all night.
Bills-Eagles this Sunday, kickoff set for 4:25. We got an updated estimated injury report yesterday as the Bills did not practice. Josh Allen dealing with the foot injury, Joey Bosa, hamstring, Taron Johnson, quad, Cam Lewis, hamstring, Shaq Thompson, neck injury. They were all listed as limited. Daquan Jones dealing with a calf injury. Dalton Kincaid, knee. Dawson Knox, knee. Jordan Phillips, ankle. Jordan Poyer, hamstring. And Matt Prater still dealing with that right quad injury. Were listed as non-participants on the report. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in action tomorrow night, looking to advance their 7-game win streak, hosting the Bruins at KeyBank Center. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, 3 Christmas Day games yesterday. The Cowboys beat the Commanders 30-23. The Lions end up with coal in the stocking as they're eliminated from playoff contention in their 23-10 loss to the Vikings. And the Broncos outlast the Chiefs 20-13. In other news, the IIHF World Junior Championship starts today. We will see Sweden versus Slovakia, Denmark versus Finland, Germany versus the United States, and Canada versus Czechia. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Good morning. It's a Football Friday here on WGR. Bills and Eagles on Sunday. Talking more about it now with Sal Capaccio on the West Her hotline. We had some football to get to from yesterday a little bit as well. Good morning, Sal. What'd you get for Christmas?
Ooh, I got some dad stuff, right? Some clothes, right? A couple shirts. So that was pretty cool.
It's funny. You said dad stuff, and it's the first thing I thought of immediately. That means clothes, right?
Yeah, generally, that's clothes
or power tools of some sort.
Yeah, but and that like if I get power tools for Christmas, that's a hint that I need to start doing something in my life I normally don't do. I will say that. That doesn't go like that around here.
Right,
very
it's
well,
not really a gift. It's hey, I need you to do this project, and here you go.
Yes,
this is your sign that you need to get going on it. Yeah,
that's exactly right. I also got it's like what do you call it? It's like a how do I say, a beard / goatee shaver ribbon. Like, so I guess it attaches. Like, you put it up on the mirror so it catches the shave clipping, so you don't do it in the sink. You know what I mean? Instead of putting a towel there, it literally like attaches you like a bib.
Oh, okay. Shaving bib, kinda.
Yeah, like a shaving bib. Yes, exactly bib. Right. I mean, I'm sure that's not like something super new to people, but I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool because I'll trim my goatee. And I'm like, I have to find ways to make sure it's not like making a mess, in the sink or something.
Okay, I'm looking at a picture of this. Does it stay in form like what I'm looking at, where it's out in front of you and like lifts up, kinda?
Yes, basically. Yes, yes, it's exactly right.
I see, because in the picture it looks like it's floating, but you're saying it attaches to the.
Yeah, it attaches to something. That's correct.
I gotcha. Yeah,
there you go.
I think I need one of these. They're not that. Yeah. All right.
I know, right? That was a pretty cool gift.
All right, good. I'm glad I asked because it just inspired me to maybe make another purchase, which I didn't need in the holiday season. But here we are.
How about you? Did you get anything good?
Yeah, I did get one power tool, like an electric box cutter. Because we've had a lot of boxes around lately.
Yes.
So I got that. Everyone's buying me hats. I think they see me on the stream now wearing like a different hat every day. Like, oh, Joe loves hats. So I'm getting more hats, which I do like.
Caps, though, right? Caps, right? Caps and hats. Yeah. I learned the difference is the brim. A cap has a brim.
Okay, yeah, caps.
I just want to make sure, because hats are like winter hats now you could wear.
Yes. Got some golf stuff, so yeah. I got
Joe, actually, I have to tell you though, because I'm sitting here looking at it. My actual my biggest best kind of gift. Actually, I didn't even tell you because I got it on Black Friday. Okay. Because it was special. I got an electric drum set.
Oh.
It's awesome.
An electric drum set?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. And I miss playing. I'm a drummer. I played drums my whole life. And I used to have, and I've never really had a set. I mean, back in the day, I had one in Florida. I sold it before I moved back up.
Yeah.
And then several years ago, as Max was getting into school and he had to start playing an instrument, we said, okay, you can play the drums. So we got an electric drum set kind of for me and him, but it was smaller, so he could use it. Well, since then, he's kind of outgrown it, and I haven't had anything, and I kind of miss playing once in a while. So I said to Yana, I said, for Christmas, I think I'd really like to start playing drums again, and I'd love an electric drum set. So back on Black Friday, we actually found some deals, and I actually put it together that day. I've had it for a month. That's why I forgot to tell you. But that is actually the coolest gift. Like, it's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Like, these things are great. You put on the headphones, and you can't hear anything in the house at all because they're mesh heads and they're electric, and you're playing in your headphones.
Oh, wait. Okay, so I was just going to ask. I'm ignorant to electric drum set. Like, what the sound difference is? Or so there isn't a sound? Like, you
Oh, yeah,
hear
there's a sound. Oh, yeah, you can make it sound however you want.
Right.
Like, you can change the sound on the snare or the hi-hat or whatever, or the toms. You can, and then you also, it's programmed in. There's literally like an electric box that sits next to them. You could look it up, and you can hit, and there's thousands of different like tunes that you can play with. You can record yourself, everything.
Okay. All right. Very cool. Yeah. I'll have to look that up.
And you can plug it into an amp, and it can play the sound like out, like so everybody can hear, or you can just put it in your headphones so nobody can hear it, and you're hitting it, and literally people in the house have no idea you're playing the drums.
All right, you're gonna have a party and just play for everybody.
Yes, that's right.
That's what's gonna have to happen here. All right.
So there you go.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Before we get to Bills-Eagles, Sal, the football yesterday, there weren't great games. I mean, a team won a game yesterday with 3 passing yards as a team. The Vikings somehow did that. Yeah. I think the story of yesterday, because we already knew the Chiefs were going to miss, I think the story of yesterday is the Lions finding a way to miss the playoffs this year. Like we've had this in the AFC with the Ravens and the Chiefs and the Bengals. How do you view the Lions season and like how that's happened? Because they've had a couple injuries, but like Goff's been healthy, Gibbs been healthy, St. Brown, Hutchinson's been playing great. Like they've got most of their guys, and they went from a Super Bowl contender to a 500 football team pretty quickly.
Yeah, they did. Even Yana said to me last night, she goes, "What happened to the Lions?" I'm like, God, that's a good question, right? We're watching the game, and I said it's what everybody's wondering. And I guess the first thing I would point to is they lost both coordinators and several other coaches from last year, right? I think that matters. Ben Johnson was a really excellent offensive coordinator, and Aaron Glenn did a great job on the defensive side. They both get head coaching jobs. You still have your guys, but then you have injuries. And remember, last year they were really able to overcome a lot of those injuries until the very end. And this year it kind of caught up with them, and they've had 2 years in a row now where they've had some pretty substantial injuries. And I think this time the injuries really caught up with them on the offensive line. Joe, they could not protect Goff, and he was under duress a lot. And even if he wasn't under like getting sacked, it just felt like he had to get rid of the ball quickly. Pressure was terrible. He was terrible under pressure, I should say. I think the offensive line injuries really hampered them. I mean, I think back to that Steelers game. Actually, you know what yesterday did for me? Yesterday kind of said to me that maybe the Steelers' win against them wasn't as impressive as it originally looked when they did it last week, right? Because they just look like a shell of themselves. But I would start at the coordinators, Joe. I think losing those 2 coordinators really hurt that team.
Definitely. I agree with that. And I think the Ben Johnson part of that, I said this earlier, that I wonder what they do with the Dan Campbell decision to take over play calling duties, because it's not like he had a long history as a play caller. I think he'd only done it like once, very briefly, a few years back. And I feel like last night's game, part of that was Brian Flores versus Dan Campbell play calling. Like, it's just advantage Flores every time.
It's a great point. You're right. So I don't know what Dan Campbell's going to do this offseason, but they need to they need to reevaluate. Because look, and Goff's not getting any younger, right? And you've had a few good years here with him, and now you start thinking, okay, he's not the most mobile quarterback in the world. Teams are heating him up. This is what happens. I was just disappointed their running game kind of shut down here over the last few weeks, and they just have not been the same team. I think the other story of yesterday was honestly, like, just from a macro level, Joe, like, I think the NFL would have flexed out of like every one of these games if it could have, to be honest with you.
100%. Yeah.
Right? Like they schedule these Christmas Day games, and it's great. They put these Christmas Day games on, and I mean, I say it's great because honestly, like, I don't care. I love watching football, and I know people have their issues with it. It's Christmas, all that kind of stuff going against the NBA, but I mean, it looked like on paper, at least, you'd have a chance for at least 2 out of the 3 games to really mean something, and then you get to it, and they pretty much mean nothing.
Oh, I'm sure, like, and maybe you'll bring this up next time you talk with Mike North, that when, like, this just kind of happens, right? Like, you schedule those 3 games, and if I saw those 3 games in May, I would have thought all of them were good, right? Like Commanders were in the NFC Championship. Yep. The Cowboys are always competitive. Vikings and Lions are both contenders. And then you have the Chiefs-Broncos. The Chiefs are the Chiefs, right? And you get to this point, and 5 of the 6 teams were basically dead for the playoffs going into yesterday. Like that's a crazy outcome that happened.
Did you see the stat about the Commanders on the primetime and standalone games this year?
No, I might have missed that. What is it?
So this is from Al Galdi, who is host of a podcast in Washington, sports media personality. He writes, "We now are done with Washington's franchise record 8 standalone games for the 2025 regular season. In those 8 games this year, Joe, the Commanders went 0-8 with a point differential of -77. Oh. And then he wrote, Sunday at 1 p.m., we miss you. We're going to see a lot of you again next year.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, they're less hard to explain than Detroit. They just lost their quarterback, right? Like they lose Jaden Daniels, and it's hard to come back from that, as most teams would struggle with. The one other thing, actually, maybe to get to about yesterday, Sal, and this could relate to the Bills a bit, is Denver. And I think if you're watching the Broncos this year, I looked earlier that they have 1-score wins. So they didn't lose to these teams, but we do this with the Bills a lot, right? Like, it's not just how did you win, it's how impressive did you look? And we just did that with the Cleveland game. And the Broncos have 1-score wins this year against the Titans, the Jets, the Raiders twice, and now the Chiefs with a third-string quarterback. Like, they are in the 1-seed spot at the moment, but I don't know if anybody really looks at them as this super terrifying matchup if you were to see them come postseason time.
Totally agree. I mean, if the Bills right now, if you knew they were going to play at Denver in the wild card round, what's the line in that game? What's the spread? Ooh. Denver by 2, 1.5?
1.5. But I think Denver probably would have to be favored, but
I think so too.
Not by much.
And these days, you don't give really 3 for home teams, so it's pretty much an even game, right? Neutral field would be like an even spread, maybe. I mean, even Bills could even be slightly favored. But the point is, I think you're right. Like Denver is this team that you have to give them the respect for where they are, but I don't know. You're watching from the outside going, okay, like you got to go to Denver to win. I don't think that's insurmountable, right? Like I think you can, and I mean, give them credit for. I do think that Sean Payton's doing a good job. Bo Nix, he is not the last 2 weeks. Like he's not throwing the ball very accurately, by the way. And then he made a couple really incredible accurate throws overall. Like in a moment, he made a few. But like getting him out in the move, having him run a little bit, like that's been a big fix for them because he is not really great in the pocket lately.
No, right. Like when he's on the move, he definitely looks more dangerous. If you use Ben Baldwin's market-derived team tiers, the Bills would be favored by 1 point in Denver in a playoff game if they were to play. So they could be favored. It wouldn't be much on either side, but we'll see if we get that. If Denver's the 1 seed, Bills could see him even in round 2 if we go that far forward, if Bills get Steelers, but we'll see. We've got this game to get to first, Sal, against the Philadelphia Eagles, and there is a little bit of stakes on both sides. The Bills might have a little bit more because the division isn't dead yet, and you have seeding on the line. The Eagles can really only go from 3 to 2. In terms of this game, though, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the week. Feels like one that could be a slow-played, low-scoring game just because how both these teams have played a lot of their games this year. Yeah, and the Eagles' defense is playing really well. I mean, they've done a nice job over the last few weeks. I think I read something like they're one of the best defenses in the NFL over the last 6-7 weeks, actually, since their bye. They come out of the bye, Joe. I mean, they've given up Green Bay 7, Detroit 9. They did have 24 and 24 back-to-back to Cowboys and Bears. I mean, nothing against the Raiders, nothing against Commanders. These aren't world-beating offenses necessarily, but they're holding teams down. And I think the Bills are, in for a fight, on that side of the ball to move the ball, to score points. Apologize. Mm-hmm. So especially with the weather, if the weather is, anything that's really tough, to move the ball in a little bit, I think that's going to be tough for the Bills. But so this might be a low-scoring game. You're right. And on the other side, the Eagles' offense just simply has not been, I think, what we thought or saw last year going into the year, what we thought it could be. And for some reason, it just has been slowed down this year. So, yeah, I agree with you. And then you put Josh Allen's injury on top of it. How much are you going to, I'm not going to say put him in harm's way,
but expose him. You know what I mean? So I think that would be something you have to think about. And both teams are pretty banged up, by the way, when it comes to some injuries that they're managing. And I'm wondering how both teams kind of manage these injury situations with 2 weeks left. And the Bills still have a look at the division. At least I think you will know if New England wins, against the Jets, you'll know that. I don't know if that would matter how the Bills play because you got to play right after the game anyway, and inactives and all that.
Yep.
But I mean, it seems too unlikely the Bills can catch them at this point.
Right. And let's get to that. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Car crash for help. Call 1-800-8-million. You mentioned Allen. He's been listed as limited both of these Wednesday and Thursday, although they weren't on the field yesterday, so that's an estimation. So there's Allen, Sal, and then what else do you think sticks out really on their injury report from the first two listings that we get?
Well, we have two tight ends here who have not practiced this week. That is Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox, both with knee injuries. And I will tell you, during the game on last Sunday, you could tell Dawson was laboring a little bit, and it had nothing to do, I think, with him dropping the pass. But I don't think he was his full, complete self, but he did finish the game. So let's hope that, he's able to play. But we know Dalton Kincaid, Sean McDermott said, it's more injury management at this point with Dalton Kincaid. It's not something that's popping up, a new injury during the week. He did say in a minor setback. I think he meant a couple weeks ago when we talked about the knee and the hamstring all at once and how he was dealing with all that. So I think that's notable on the offensive side. And on the defensive side, Jordan Poyer, if he's out, how the Bills kind of play in the secondary is interesting because you have options there if you want to put Cam Lewis in. He went in for Jordan when he went out, and that's probably number one. But I could see Darnell Savage getting his first look. You got 2 weeks left here. Let's see what he brings to the table before you get to the playoffs because you might need this guy in the playoffs at some point, considering where your depth is, where your roster is. So I'm interested to see how they play it in the secondary with Jordan Poyer out, possibly.
Are they at a point, you think, with Cam Lewis where they would be comfortable putting him as a full-time safety when isn't their depth in the nickel a little lesser because they don't have Jamarcus Ingram anymore?
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think that might depend on what you think about Darnell Savage. Can he?
Yeah,
he has played some nickel. Is he? I think at the end of the day, the Bills think Cam Lewis is their best option at nickel if Taron Johnson goes out, right? Mm-hmm. So when you say full-time safety, I mean, if it was long-term, I'm not really sure. I think for a game here, like this week, you might say, look, we're going to put Cam at safety this week because Jordan's coming back next week. Let's get through this game. But if you knew you had to go into the playoffs, I think that they would just really prefer Cam Lewis to make sure he mans the nickel. Now, you could still do that by having him at full-time safety and say if something happens to Taron, you're just coming down to the box, right? I mean, you could do that. The guy's been in the league long enough. He's a 7-year vet.
Yeah.
He could do that. So I think you're going to see Cam Lewis on the field. I guess the best way to put it is, Joe, he's the next man up in either situation, I think, right now.
Right. And if you needed a next man up at both, you would probably expect that nickel would be over safety?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
And, both guys went down. I think you put him there because I think you could go with Jordan Hancock at safety, obviously. I think Jordan Hancock, as much as when Jordan Hancock came in the league and we talked about him being kind of like a Cam Lewis, he's a nickel, he's a safety. I mean, they've kind of made it clear through the year that he's a safety. He really hasn't played nickel. He's a safety. Right. So to me, you would feel more comfortable with him at safety and Cam at nickel than you would at him at nickel and Cam at safety.
By the way, Cam Lewis and Taron Johnson were both listed on the injury report as limited both days, but
that's true too, right? I mean, You got both your nickels there. I mean, that's pretty. Yeah. There's a pretty lengthy list. The other one to watch this week, they didn't make a move at kicker. They brought guys in. They didn't sign anybody.
Yep.
So if Prater can't go, it's Badgley again. But we don't know if Prater can go right now.
Right, and he was listed as not practicing the first 2 days.
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah. The kicker rotation. We'll see. We'll see. I guess if Badgley is the guy again, and that one for me is just right now mostly about who's their kicker come playoff time, and if Prater is going to be ready to come back. But we'll see how that progresses. And the defensive tackle is a bit of a question right now, right, Sal? Because both Jones and Phillips are on the report. Sanders is back there full time though, so maybe they feel, I don't know, how do you think they feel at that position with all the injuries they've had? They've had him really all year at that position.
Yeah, and I wonder, Jordan Phillips had that ankle injury a couple weeks ago. They didn't put him on IR, but we'll see. If he's able to go this week, you're right. That's one that they're dealing with, and now Daquan Jones dealing with the calf injury as well. I think because they have 6 on the active roster. Let's remember Ogunjobi was a healthy scratch last week, right? If I remember correctly.
Right.
Larry Ogunjobi was a healthy scratch. So, you put him back in. I think they feel pretty good about the depth they have there because they just have numbers, Joe. They have numbers right now, and right now they got to rely on those numbers. I've also been asked a lot about Matthew Judon and, what people think about his possibility to play. I'm excited to see, what he could do. I'm not really sure, but I will tell you, just from a Bills standpoint, McDermott did say, he's got to learn the system. And I know that he's been in systems, and people think, just plug him in and tell him to go get the quarterback. Yeah, you could do that, but there are a lot of nuances that go along with playing. And if you're going to put the guy in the field, you have a missed assignment that could be, 6 points or something. So you got to be careful with that. But I'm interested to see if they do give Matthew Judon some run either this week or next week, just to see, if he can help out the defense and how they want to fit him in.
The other question, Sal, about this week is, I think, who is going to dress at receiver in terms of the roster on Sunday. And, man, especially if Knox and Kincaid are, we'll see if they're at any threat to not play on Sunday. You'll have Sean McDermott on the Extra Point Show a little bit later on. We'll learn a lot from that. But in terms of guys that Allen really trusts right now, especially if your tight ends aren't available, you've got Shakir, and I just feel like, you're asking for somebody to step up and show that, they have the faith of the quarterback, the trust of the quarterback. And maybe that leads you to Gabe Davis. Maybe that leads you to somebody else. But, first we got to get to, I guess, who dresses at that position.
I was surprised last week. Both Davis and Coleman were down because I think Gabe's kind of shown that he can come right back in and be a guy that Josh trusts. He's made a couple big plays on fourth downs, a couple fourth down catches since he's been back in the lineup. I wouldn't be surprised if he's back in the lineup again this week. This might be the kind of game where you need, there's going to be like you said, slow play, lower scoring game. You need a guy that's going to be on the field that can do a little bit of everything. That's Gabe Davis. Last week they went with a little bit more of a kind of a speed element in the passing game. Brandon Cooks is interesting for this because you say trust. I don't know if Josh wouldn't trust Brandon Cooks, but he had a couple drops here. And Brandon Cooks needs to step up and show that he can help this passing game. It's been a couple of weeks now, and he's had a couple of tough plays, and that's got to change. I think Josh trusts Josh Palmer. I just don't think Josh Palmer has been available enough to get those reps, and there's not a lot happening right there right now. But man, you'd love to see that start clicking again a little bit. And then the rub is, Joe, how they treat and what they think about Mecole Hardman as far as a receiver versus just a return man. You don't have to use another spot for a receiver by having him as a returner because he's there. But if you want to justify dressing 6 receivers, you could certainly do it because he's a return man. I think with all the other injuries they have, though, and other guys being inactive, that's tough to do right now.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio with us on the Western Hotlines. Bills and Eagles on Sunday. Do you have a thought, Sal, on Nick Sirianni at this point? He has a great record. He's won a Super Bowl. He's local, right? Jamestown product. Does it feel like, though, he doesn't really have the reputation that most Super Bowl winning coaches would have? I don't know if that's because of the extracurricular stuff where he'll get into it with fans or what it is, but I don't know. How good of a coach do you consider him to be, who the Bills will see on the other sidelines this week?
Yeah, I think Nick is a very interesting guy because he is very polarizing from that aspect, what you talk about, right? He's a guy that people, because of his personality, you can get very quickly to how much you love him or very quickly to he needs to go, right? You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, not the right guy. And I think because he's in that media market, because he's in Philadelphia, they just eat you up. They eat you up, and it doesn't matter. You have no room for error there. And when Nick came in, remember the first press conference he ever had, it didn't go well, right? And he was up in the podium, and I remember that. And he took a lot of heat. And then he went in and he showed that he can run an organization. I think what I really like about coaches like Nick are, even in that pressure cooker, even with all of those personalities, he's able to win. I think there's something says something about that, Joe.
Yeah.
Right? I think there's something to be said about guys who can still win when you have you have to manage egos. You have to manage all of that that's happening. And I think for that reason, I like Nick Sirianni. I do think, though, what you're saying is right. We don't regard him as this incredible coach, and is somebody, oh my God, I got to get Nick Sirianni on my staff because I got to help a young quarterback, or the offensive part of it. But he just seems to me like a guy that, for some reason and somehow in some way, to his credit, he's able to keep all of that without bubbling over and still winning.
It's kind of amazing too that it feels like he does it in a way that maybe a lot of coaches wouldn't. I don't even know what I mean by that. All I know is that over the last couple of years, there have been stories about him and Jalen Hurts maybe not always getting along in the best way, and you've had is A.J. Brown happy, and he's reading books on the sidelines last year, and Big Dom's always running around on the field, getting into it with players. Like it feels like they almost live in this constant state of tension, but maybe that it works for them. I don't know. Maybe it'll implode at some point, but so far it's kind of worked for them.
Maybe they need it. Right? Maybe that's how they function best, because they have all of that, right? It's a different city, and it's a different type of environment when you're there. And they've won Super Bowls, right? We know that. It's like we went shopping the other day on Christmas Eve during the afternoon. I had to go to the grocery store, and I said to Yana goes, it's going to be really busy. And I go, you know what, though? I kind of need the hustle and bustle of Christmas. I like that. I thrive on it. Seriously, I'm thinking that. I want to, I think about everybody shopping. I want to be a part of it, right? That's just a personality. It feels the same way what you're talking about with the Eagles and Nick Sirianni. They kind of need that to be able to thrive.
Right. Some people thrive in that. Yeah. And hey, listen, they've made it to 2 Super Bowls. They've won a Super Bowl. Yeah, the last thing on them, Sal, and I'll let you go here. I think the other reason that maybe he doesn't get full credit the way other Super Bowl winning coaches do is, I don't know, doesn't it feel like a lot of people know that their roster is so loaded that maybe that takes a little bit away from the coach?
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm not comparing him to Phil Jackson. I'm not when I say this, okay? But I think that, I remember back when Phil Jackson was winning with Jordan and all that, and it takes a special kind of personality to be able to coach superstars, and to coach all those egos and people. And I think about that with what you just said. Yeah. Sometimes there's just so many good players that you overlook the coach. But I think you have to have the right coach to do that, though. You know what I mean? And I think that's right. I think Andy Reid's like that. Andy Reid's done a nice job. And, I mean, you got Travis Kelce yelling at him on the sidelines, and, you got the greatest quarterback of the generation winning Super Bowls, arguably here. We have Josh Allen here. But you know what I mean? I do think that it takes a special coach to be able to manage all of that.
Yeah. I'm thinking of Steve Kerr right now for this, because he's in it again where he's got to manage Draymond being a crazy person, and he's had to do that for 15 years at this point.
And still win, right? And still win.
Right. And it happens all the time, but you always got to, it's management. It's a management thing.
But look, I mean, what's going to happen at the end of the day is it doesn't matter if they don't advance, right? I mean, It's Philadelphia, it's the Eagles. The standard's set. They're the Super Bowl champions.
And they're an organization where couldn't you see them after a couple years, even though these guys have won Super Bowls? They did this with Doug Peterson. They're kind of cutthroat. Sirianni being let go within a couple of years would be nuts on any other team, and I feel like in Philadelphia it's totally possible.
I totally agree with that. And
they're wild.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they're the 3. They could get to the 2. I wonder how they play it. By the way, they have a interesting injury report too. They have several guys. They have guys that are Lane Johnson still is in practice this week.
Did you see the A.J. Brown listing for 2 days?
Yeah, that's right. Teeth. What is that?
He's missed 2 days of practice, and teeth was I think he had his wisdom teeth out, I guess.
Okay. Well, I expect him to practice then. I mean, play then. I mean, if that's the case, I would think he would play, right?
It would be crazy if he didn't. By having your wisdom teeth out, I mean, I can't imagine you wouldn't play. But anything's possible. So
Lane Johnson still hasn't practiced, and I kept hearing that he was coming back this week, but I guess that hasn't happened, or we don't know yet. Maybe he could. He's been out for a little while. Landon Dickerson, he's out, and that was with an illness. And then Nakobe Dean, when he hurt his hamstring last week, I'm like, I don't think he'll come to Buffalo and play. I don't think he'll play in Buffalo, but you never know. But so it looks like if you look at all 4 of these guys, Brown, Dean, Dickerson, Johnson, I bet you Brown and Dickerson definitely play, and Johnson still could.
Yep. We'll find out a lot more today on both sides. Sean McDermott today on the Extra Point Show?
Sean McDermott today at 11 o'clock hour on the Extra Point Show, and then weather check with Pat Hammer at 11:30, of course. So should be a little dicey weather, I believe, this week with some precipitation. Yep. So, you might want to tune into that. And I know people have people in for the holidays, and I know people who are, back in town with their family. They're going to the game. So make sure you tune into the Extra Point Show today to figure out how you want to dress for it.
Hopefully it's not raining, but yeah, definitely stay tuned a little bit later on. Thank you, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. When we come back, Chris Brown joins the show, get his thoughts on this matchup, all that's going on in Philadelphia. They're a crazy team to cover, and that's the Bills' opponent coming up on Sunday, which will probably be a rainy stadium, but we'll see. It's Joe DiBiase, Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. Happy holidays, and this is WGR. We've got this game to get to first, Sal, against the Philadelphia Eagles, and there is a little bit of stakes on both sides. The Bills might have a little bit more because the division isn't dead yet, and you have seeding on the line. The Eagles can really only go from 3 to 2. In terms of this game, though, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the week. Feels like one that could be a slow-played, low-scoring game just because how both these teams have played a lot of their games this year.
Yeah, and the Eagles' defense is playing really well. They've done a nice job over the last few weeks. I think I read something like they're one of the best defenses in the NFL over the last 6-7 weeks, actually, since their bye. They come out of the bye, Joe. They've given up Green Bay 7, Detroit 9. They did have 24 and 24 back-to-back to Cowboys and Bears. Nothing against the Raiders, nothing against Commanders. These aren't world-beating offenses necessarily, but they're holding teams down. And I think the Bills are, in for a fight, on that side of the ball, to move the ball, to score points. Apologize. Mm-hmm. So especially with the weather, if the weather is, anything that's really tough, to move the ball in a little bit, I think that's going to be tough for the Bills. But so this might be a low-scoring game. You're right. And on the other side, the Eagles' offense just simply has not been, I think, what we thought or saw last year going into the year, what we thought it could be. And for some reason, it just has been slowed down this year. So, yeah, I agree with you. And then you put Josh Allen's injury on top of it. How much are you going to, I'm not going to say put him in harm's way, but, expose him. You know what I mean? So I think that would be something you have to think about. And both teams are pretty banged up, by the way, when it comes to some injuries that they're managing. And I'm wondering how both teams kind of manage these injury situations with 2 weeks left. And, yeah, the Bills still have a look at the division. At least I think, you will know if New England wins, against the Jets. You'll know that. I don't know if that would matter how the Bills play because you got to play right after the game anyway, and inactives and all that. Yep. But it seems too unlikely the Bills can catch them at this point.
Right. Let's get to that. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Car crash for help. Call 1-800-8-million. You mentioned Allen. He's been listed as limited both of these Wednesday and Thursday, although they weren't on the field yesterday, so that's an estimation. So there's Allen, Sal, and then what else do you think sticks out really on their injury report from the first two listings that we get?
Well, we have two tight ends here who have not practiced this week. That is Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox, both with knee injuries. And I will tell you, during the game on last Sunday, you could tell Dawson was laboring a little bit, and it had nothing to do, I think, with him dropping the pass. But I don't think he was his full, complete self, but he did finish the game. So let's hope that, he's able to play. But we know Dalton Kincaid, Sean McDermott said, it's more injury management at this point with Dalton Kincaid. It's not something that's popping up, a new injury during the week. He did say it a minor setback. I think he meant a couple weeks ago when we talked about the knee and the hamstring all at once and how he was dealing with all that. So I think that's notable on the offensive side. And on the defensive side, Jordan Poyer, if he's out, how the Bills kind of play in the secondary is interesting because you have options there if you want to put Cam Lewis in. He went in for Jordan when he went out, and that's probably number one. But I could see Darnell Savage getting his first look. You got 2 weeks left here. Let's see what he brings to the table before you get to the playoffs because you might need this guy in the playoffs at some point, considering where your depth is, where your roster is. So I'm interested to see how they play it in the secondary with Jordan Poyer out, possibly.
Are they at a point, you think, with Cam Lewis where they would be comfortable putting him as a full-time safety when isn't their depth in the nickel a little lesser because they don't have Jamarcus Ingram anymore?
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think that might depend on what you think about Darnell Savage. Like, can he?
Yeah.
He has played some nickel. Is he? I think at the end of the day, the Bills think Cam Lewis is their best option at nickel if Taron Johnson goes out, right? So when you say full-time safety, I mean, if it was long-term, I'm not really sure. I think for a game here, like this week, you might say, look, we're going to put Cam at safety this week because Jordan's coming back next week. Let's get through this game.
25. We got an updated estimated injury report yesterday as the Bills did not practice. Josh Allen dealing with the foot injury, Joey Bosa, hamstring, Taron Johnson, quad, Cam Lewis, hamstring, Shaq Thompson dealing with a neck injury were listed as limited. Daquan Jones with a calf injury, Dalton Kincaid, knee, Dawson Knox, knee, Jordan Phillips, ankle, Jordan Poyer, hamstring, and Matt Prater still dealing with that right quad injury were listed as non-participants on the report. That's your Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Around the NFL, 3 Christmas Day games yesterday. The Cowboys beat the Commanders 30-23. The Lions lose to the Vikings 23-10. The Broncos outlast the Chiefs 20-13. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet is celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Motion right to left from Shakir. Handoff to Johnson, and he races into the end zone for an easy 2-yard touchdown run.
Bills and Eagles on Sunday. It's a football Friday here on WGR. Hope everyone had a Merry Christmas yesterday. Got everything you wanted. Chris Brown with us now on the Wester Hotline. Chris, favorite gift that you got yesterday? What'd you get?
Got a new coffee machine, so pretty happy about that.
Nice.
My old one was kind of petering out, so very timely gift for sure.
Well, good. This game, Chris, on Sunday between the Bills and the Eagles, we'll see. It could be a rainy affair. How do you look at these two teams and how they match up? Do you think it could be one of those games that it's two great teams, defending Super Bowl champion? Bills have the longest playoff streak now in the league. But both teams tend to play these slower, lower-scoring games, and maybe that's what we get Sunday.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting both teams to try to come out and establish their run game. So I think early on it could look like a rock fight with just teams trying to mash at the line of scrimmage against one another. And I think we know the caliber of Buffalo's offensive line and the caliber of the Eagles' defensive line. And I don't know that the Eagles' offensive line is as strong as it was last year, but it's still probably a top 5 line in the league. So how does Buffalo's defensive front hold up to that? I think that'll be a big determining factor there in the early going.
Yeah, and without them having Lane Johnson, that's obviously a big critical part of that too. And he has not practiced this week. We'll see if that changes at all today. But if they don't have him, that's obviously a big difference. The Bills' offense, Chris, against this Eagles defense, how do you expect, if there's any limiting of Josh Allen, that would look? Would you think, running the ball with him specifically, long developing plays, and maybe there's a lot more of a quick game today? Or do you think on Sunday, or do you think they'll change anything on that front?
Yeah, I really am interested to see what Coach McDermott says today, about Josh, because every time you ask Josh about, an ailment or some little nick that he's got, he downplays it, says he'll be fine. But if his mobility is compromised, that does shrink the playbook to some degree. Like, can he do bootlegs? Can he do rollouts? Are you avoiding those? Is design runs, as you said, off the table now? So I'm curious to hear what Coach has to say today, number one. And then number two, in the game, what are we seeing Josh do and not do? Because I think it was pretty evident once that foot injury happened, they didn't really put him out on the move very much in the second half of that football game.
Right. Yeah, and we'll see what Sean McDermott says today when he's on the Extra Point Show. He'll do his media availability after that as well. The injury report in totality, Chris, they're starting to pile up, at least for this week. We'll see about Kincaid and Knox. That's kind of a tough one, too. Like, if both were unavailable, I don't know what their passing offense looks like, whatever, volume they would throw the ball. I mean, those two have been critical parts this year, and if you're just going in with Jackson Hawes and then someone from the practice squad, like that's a pretty big loss depending on, again, their availability.
Right. I tend to believe that the Kincaid thing is something we're going to see every week going forward. I think he's going to miss either 1 or 2 days of practice every week the rest of the way here as part of their injury management with him. It's pretty clear this is going to be a knee injury that's going to require attention in the offseason. So they're just managing it now. And I would anticipate, he's going to be on the injury report every week for the rest of the season and probably miss a day or two of practice because, as Coach McDermott said last week, the ultimate goal is to have him as fresh as possible for the game. So I think we have to take that into account with regard to Kincaid's listing. You're right, though. Knox is a new addition. So we'll have to see where that goes today. And you're right. Like, they've really leaned in to the tight ends and backs in their passing game because their receivers have been inconsistent. And I think I'm being kind with that description. There just hasn't been enough production from the receiving core outside of Shakir on a consistent basis. And I think they've turned to other areas to find that consistency, namely their tight ends and their backs. And, if you're missing those guys in numbers, that's a problem.
Yeah. Is there any one of those receivers right now, Chris? I mean, really, it's the group as a whole, but is there any one guy that you feel like is most likely to become someone that Allen trusts down the stretch here?
Well, I think we know that Josh already trusts Gabe Davis. And so I think in light of what you have not gotten from your receiving core the last 2 weeks, I would be surprised if he is not reinserted into the lineup because there's a history there. There's production there in big games. And I don't know that you can really say that about anyone else in that receiving core. I'm talking receivers only, besides Shakir, who has come up big for Josh, as we know, even in playoff games. So outside of those two, there just isn't enough of a track record of consistent production. It just seems like the offensive staff is spinning the dial every week, trying to find a combination that's going to click in the passing game for the Bills, and they still haven't found it yet, which is a little disconcerting in Week 17.
Yeah. On the other side of the ball, the Bills, we know their history this season at run defense. The Eagles are not the same rush attack they were last year, though. So I guess how concerned are you, and do you think Bills fans should be about that specific matchup for Sunday?
I think they should be concerned. It's the reigning offensive player of the year in Saquon Barkley. And yes, the run game for the Eagles has found traction the last 2 weeks against the Raiders and Commanders, who are not good run defenses, but I think we all know the Bills don't rank very highly in that area either. So I anticipate the Eagles are going to try to test that. I mean, any good offensive coordinator would, just by looking at their ranking against the run. So I think they're going to challenge them with Saquon, and you better be ready to wrap up or at least hang on to one of those 32-inch quads, that Saquon has until help arrives. Because he is still very elusive, very powerful, and very fast, which is what makes him so gifted as a runner. And you really have to keep those gains under 10 yards. You cannot give him explosives or it's going to be a long afternoon.
Yeah. How does the idea of a game plan sound to you of you sell out to stop their run at all costs and you dare Jalen Hurts to beat you through the air? Does that sound like a game plan that you think could get them killed, or do you feel like that's the right way to approach it?
Well, yeah, that's kind of the problem here, Joe, right? Because you can dedicate assets to stopping Barkley and trust the guys on the back end, who I will say, like, coverage-wise, they've really kind of stepped up their game on the back end, I feel the Bills have in the coverage area. But Poyer is a question mark, and he's kind of been instrumental in getting people lined up pre-snap. So that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. And then the lack of a consistent pass rush by just rushing 4 compromises that plan because, if it is an obvious passing down, yes, you're still mindful of Barkley on a screen, which is an area they got victimized last week. So I just think there's a lot of bases to cover with this Eagles offense. And, we haven't even mentioned Dallas Goedert, who is tied for the league lead among tight ends with 10 touchdowns. So to me, it's more than just an A.J. Brown problem in the passing game. And when you have to dedicate extra assets to your pass rush, you kind of leave yourself, in one-on-one situations on the back end with some pretty elite talent.
Yep. Smith, too, of course, on the offense as well. Sunday, Bills and Eagles, second-to-last home game. Chris, thanks again for jumping on, and we'll talk to you on Sunday.
All right. Take care. Have a good weekend.
Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. One Bills Live a little bit later on. Sean McDermott on the Extra Point Show today here on a Football Friday. The Bills a slight favorite over Philadelphia. We'll take a look at some more of their games when we come back, especially some of these gross, low-scoring games that we've mentioned that Philly plays this year. So they've done that against some good teams. That when we come back, your phone calls. We got open hour coming up at 9 o'clock if you got a thought on the game or the AFC playoff field, as Denver doesn't look impressive at all. And that could be a team the Bills see down the road. 803-0550 is the phone number here on WGR. Last year's leading rusher against this year's leading rusher. And if the weather plays into it at all, I mean, usually it doesn't too much, but it's supposed to be a little rainy. These teams want to run the ball. They like to run the ball. And one's had much more success doing it this year than the other. I mean, Cook leads the league in rushing, and he also leads the league in yards over expectation by almost 100. He's at 354. Derrick Henry is in second place at 256. Barkley, by the way, if you're wondering what kind of season he's having, he is only 81 yards over expectation. Cook is 354. So if you do that by attempt, I mean, Cook is gaining a yard, 1.25 yards per attempt more than he's really supposed to. And Barkley is 0.3. Like, he's much closer to, he's about doing what is expected of you. His line's been a little banged up. Lane Johnson this year, I think, is hurt a bit. So, yeah, it's not just, though, the season Barkley's having. It is also that the Bills, have one of the worst rush defenses in football. And if they've been lit up by the likes of Sean Tucker this year, then what could Saquon Barkley do to them? That is a bit terrifying, sure. But I wonder what their game plan looks like. I still think, what was the game that really showed this? The game against Pittsburgh was this a bit, right? Cincinnati was another one. I don't know. I still believe that even though the Bills' rush attack is really poor, that part of that is their own choosing. That part of that is their own, we're okay with this because the trade-off is we have one of the better pass defenses in the league, which is also true. And there have been a couple examples, not a lot, not a ton of them, but there have been a couple games this year where New England maybe was another one of these. They sell out to stop the run, and they're able to do it. I'm not expecting the Bills to do anything like that with Josh Allen. I think there are levels to holding a guy back and conservativeness with injuries when, the meaning of this matchup is, again, why part of, I said earlier, they kind of wasted this game putting it this late in the year. the stakes for both teams are not that great. And part of that is who the Patriots play and not having much belief that the Bills will get the help they need to win the AFC East. If the Patriots had left on their schedule, games against Seattle and Jacksonville, then I'd be all into, all right, all out, let's go, because they could easily lose those 2 football games. But it's Brady Cook and Quinn Ewers. So that kind of kills off your stakes in this one. I don't think you bench Allen like that. I don't think they will bench Allen like that. I think what you could see, though, if the foot is still bothering him a little bit and they don't want to go nuts with it because the playoffs are coming and they'd like him to get as healthy as possible into that, what do? You play a more conservative game plan on offense. And not like they don't already do that sometimes, but it's all James Cook. It's running the football. It's even more, I know, not what people want to hear, but it's more screens, right? It's more, plays that have a quick decision to be made by the quarterback so that he's not hanging onto the ball and running around and trying to buy time because nobody's open. I think all you're doing is you're trying to avoid those situations as much as possible. Avoid Allen's got to play hero ball a little bit here and buy time and run around, and he's got to, even run the ball. So you take out your designed runs, you take out your long developing plays. Part of this, though, is the Bills don't really do that a lot anyway. Football Friday here on WGR, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Get back to a break here very quickly. The Sabres play tomorrow against the Bruins at home. Can't wait. Arena's going to be buzzing. Looking for win number 8 in a row. And they're playing the Bruins, who all year everyone was saying, like, they were in first place at one point early in the year. Like, that's going to fall off. And their last 4 games, they're on a 4-game losing streak, and they've given up 6, 5, and 3 in those 4. They lost 6-2 to Montreal, 6-2 to Ottawa, 5-4 to Vancouver, who's terrible, and they lost 3-1 to Edmonton. So they're on a bit of a losing skid, and again, they've lost the last 2 games by a combined 12-4. So good opponent to play tomorrow. I've got high expectations. We'll see what we get. That's tomorrow at 7. All right, when we come back, Bills-Eagles. Also, a little bit more on Denver. Who's the team that you are? How many teams would you even be afraid of right now? Not afraid of, because that's wrong. I don't think anyone's afraid of anybody in this conference. The right way to put it is probably, how many do you just simply respect at all? Because I don't think there's a lot with New England because of the schedule, and I think Denver, you can make the same point. Get to that a little bit when we come back. State of the AFC. Also, we'll go around the league. Football Friday Frenzy, all coming up here on Football Friday on WGR. We've got this game to get to first, Sal, against the Philadelphia Eagles, and there is a little bit of stakes on both sides. The Bills might have a little bit more because the division isn't dead yet, and you have seeding on the line. The Eagles can really only go from 3 to 2. In terms of this game, though, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the week. Feels like one that could be a slow-played, low-scoring game just because how both these teams have played a lot of their games this year.
Yeah, and the Eagles' defense is playing really well. You know, I mean, they've done a nice job over the last few weeks. I think I read something like they're one of the best defenses in the NFL over the last 6-7 weeks, actually, since their bye. They come out of the bye, Joe. I mean, they've given up Green Bay 7, Detroit 9. They did have 24 and 24 back-to-back to Cowboys and Bears. I mean, nothing against the Raiders, nothing against Commanders. These aren't world-beating offenses necessarily, but they're holding teams down. And I think the Bills are, in for a fight, on that side of the ball, to move the ball, to score points. Apologize. Mm-hmm. So especially with the weather, if the weather is, anything that's really tough, to move the ball in a little bit, I think that's going to be tough for the Bills. But so this might be a low-scoring game. You're right. And on the other side, the Eagles' offense just simply has not been, I think, what we thought or saw last year going into the year, what we thought it could be. And for some reason, it just has been slowed down this year. So, yeah, I agree with you. And then you put Josh Allen's injury on top of it. How much are you going to, I'm not going to say put him in harm's way, but, expose him. You know what I mean? So I think that would be something you have to think about. And both teams are pretty banged up, by the way, when it comes to some injuries that they're managing. And I'm wondering how both teams kind of manage these injury situations with 2 weeks left. And, the Bills still have a look at the division. At least I think, you will know if New England wins, against the Jets, you'll know that. I don't know if that would matter how the Bills play because you got to play right after the game anyway, and inactives and all that. Yep. But I mean, it seems too unlikely the Bills can catch them at this point.
Right.
If you knew you had to go into the playoffs, I think that they would just...
Let's get to that. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Car crash for help. Call 1-800-8-million. You mentioned Allen. He's been listed as limited both of these Wednesday and Thursday, although they weren't on the field yesterday, so that's an estimation. So there's Allen, Sal, and then what else do you think sticks out really on their injury report from the first two listings that we get?
Well, we have two tight ends here who have not practiced this week. That is Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox, both with knee injuries. And I will tell you, during the game on last Sunday, you could tell Dawson was laboring a little bit, and it had nothing to do, I think, with him dropping the pass. But I don't think he was his full, complete self, but he did finish the game. So let's hope that, he's able to play. But we know Dalton Kincaid, Sean McDermott said, it's more injury management at this point with Dalton Kincaid. It's not something that's popping up, a new injury during the week. He did say in a minor setback. I think he meant a couple of weeks ago when we talked about the knee and the hamstring all at once and how he was dealing with all that. So I think that's notable on the offensive side. And on the defensive side, Jordan Poyer, if he's out, how the Bills kind of play in the secondary is interesting because you have options there if you want to put Cam Lewis in. He went in for Jordan when he went out, and that's probably number one. But I could see Darnell Savage getting his first look. You got 2 weeks left here. Let's see what he brings to the table before you get to the playoffs because you might need this guy in the playoffs at some point, considering where your depth is, where your roster is. So I'm interested to see how they play it in the secondary with Jordan Poyer out, possibly.
Are they at a point, you think, with Cam Lewis where they would be comfortable putting him as a full-time safety when isn't their depth in the nickel a little lesser because they don't have Jamarcus Ingram anymore?
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think that might depend on what you think about Darnell Savage. Can he? Yeah, he has played some nickel. Is he? I think at the end of the day, the Bills think Cam Lewis is their best option at nickel if Taron Johnson goes out, right? Mm-hmm. So when you say full-time safety, I mean, if it was long term, I'm not really sure. I think for a game here, like this week, you might say, look, we're going to put Cam at safety this week because Jordan's coming back next week. Let's get through this game. But if you knew you had to go into the playoffs, like I think that they would just really prefer Cam Lewis to make sure he mans the nickel.
Bills-Eagles this Sunday, kickoff set for 4:25. We got an updated estimated injury report yesterday as the Bills did not practice. Josh Allen dealing with the foot injury, Joey Bosa, hamstring, Taron Johnson, quad, Cam Lewis, hamstring, Shaq Thompson, neck were all limited. Daquan Jones with a calf injury, Dalton Kincaid, knee, Dawson Knox, knee, Jordan Phillips, ankle, and Jordan Poyer with a hamstring injury, along with Matt Prater, who's still dealing with that right quad injury, were non-participants on the report. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in action tomorrow night, looking to advance their 7-game win streak, hosting the Bruins at KeyBank Center. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, 3 Christmas Day games yesterday. The Cowboys beat the Commanders 30-23. The Lions dropped to the Vikings 23-10. The Broncos outlast the Chiefs 20-13. And in other news, the IIHF World Junior Championship starts today. We will see Sweden versus Slovakia, Denmark versus Finland, Germany versus the United States, and Canada versus Czechia. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Yeah, this is a week that we have to get better. This is an opportunity for us to go out there. We've been on short week after short week. We're finally on a normal week. As far as our rest goes. So this is a really important week for us, practice-wise, game-wise, to go and get better, and we'll see how everything plays itself out. But really important week for us to improve as a football team.
Nick Sirianni. I just said his name in the break and my phone just started going off. Why is that? Oh, because of Siri? Sorry to everybody I just did that to, by the way. Nick Sirianni there on the injuries for this week. And it's kind of a homecoming for him. He is not coached as a head coach, I don't believe, in Buffalo, because it still would have been Doug Peterson, that game where Carson Wentz is the quarterback and they run the ball like crazy against the Bills in the wind. And that's one of those few losses of double digits the Bills really ever had for a 4 or 5 year period there. Coincidentally, I think 2 of those were Carson Wentz games. And that was a tough one. That was bad weather, too. I mean, I mentioned the wind. It was crazy windy that day. The Bills-Eagles history, they've played one, I guess they played a couple good games against each other because the last one was a good football game. It was infuriating the Bills lost it, and we might have thought that was the end for that season. They go to 6-6 when they lost to Philadelphia in November 2023. And at 6-6, it was like 25% to make the playoffs. They ended up rallying. But sure, the day after that, I remember being fiery because it was you're 500. You've got these dumb losses. You're going to miss the playoffs. You're not going to win the division. And I got the coach making boneheaded decisions at the end of the game, which I don't think have happened much at all since then. I'm trying to think, like, what's the last real boneheaded end-of-game mistake by Sean McDermott? Because I don't have anything really that recent. Even that one, it's not obviously on the scale of 13 seconds or, you want to say the fake punt they ran to Damar Hamlin. Like, this was just they kneeled the ball with 20 seconds when they still had a shot to get into field goal range. It's bad, but we've seen worse. Since then, I'm missing one. I feel like I don't have a glaring, that was tough. And that was a tough one. And then they lose in overtime. There was a bad defensive mistake at the end of the game on the Hurts run. So it was a good game. The Bills didn't come out on top. And then there's a good game here in Buffalo in 2011 where Michael Vick is the Eagles quarterback. He throws a pick to Nick Barnett, I believe, and Fitz and the Bills beat him. There was an offside to the end of that game. They got the Eagles to jump, got a first down, and won the football game. Those are the most recent Eagles games I can think of. 803-0550 is the phone number on this matchup on Sunday, which should be a rainy one. We'll go around the NFL a little bit with our Football Friday Frenzy, the Great American Football Friday Frenzy, as there aren't as many games because we had the 3 Christmas games, and we still have some stakes. But as we mentioned, the league is mostly decided when it comes to playoff teams, but there's still a lot to be figured out. So let's take a look at Week 17 in the NFL.
Football.
Super, great American Football Friday Frenzy.
Don't blink. If you're a blinker, cut your eyelids off.
That guy. What a coach. In some ways. All right. Week 17. Your fantasy championships. Your finals and guillotine. Hopefully you're still alive. I had a friend who started Justin Jefferson in a guillotine league yesterday, which should have been immediate grounds for dismissal. Lost year for Jefferson. So, tomorrow, we have a couple of games, and then Sunday, we've got some games also. And we'll start with the Saturday slate, which if you are wondering on the TV, I don't know actually where these games are. They're probably on NFL Network, like they usually are on Saturdays. 2 games with meaning. The Texans-Chargers matchup, I think, is really interesting tomorrow. They're the other 2 wildcard teams along with the Bills right now. Chargers are favored by 1.5. That's a 4:30 game tomorrow. And I could see that game going really poorly for the Chargers because they've got their line injuries, and we know everything we need to know about the Texans line on defense. It's menacing. So Justin Herbert could be running for his life. I'm kind of surprised the Chargers are favored, but I know why they are. There's no belief at all the Texans offense right now can move the ball against a defense the caliber of the Chargers. Chargers defense isn't as good as the Texans, but it's really good. Really good. And I think the thing holding me back, there's a lot out there right now of, man, the Texans, that's a team you don't want to play. I get it. The Bills played them and it looked ugly. But keep in mind, that game was in Houston on a short week, and everything went right for the Texans. And yet, other than, I guess, a hook and ladder. Everything went right for the Texans other than a hook and ladder. and yet the Bills had the ball with a chance to win in the red zone, around the 25-yard line. If Gabe Davis gets his right foot 6 inches to the left, the Bills have 1st and goal to go win the game. And everything went right for the Texans in that game. And they didn't have C.J. Stroud, but if you've watched C.J. Stroud recently, he is not doing anything that shows he's better right now than Davis Mills is. So, I don't know. I kind of like that to be an ugly game tomorrow with not many points. 39.5 is the over-under, but a really, really interesting game. The night game tomorrow at 8 o'clock, Baltimore just looking to stay alive, but no Lamar. He's doubtful. So, I guess we'll see. Tyler Huntley, the Packers have their own injuries, but I think tomorrow is probably the death certificate on the Ravens season. I can't imagine them with Huntley going into Green Bay and winning. I know the Packers are hurt, but I can't picture it. Now put Pittsburgh in the field. That also, I think what you want, let me try this on for a theory. Is our Baltimore fear completely gone? Are we good? We're not afraid at all anymore? Can we all agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The only thing I would be remotely concerned about is Derrick Henry, but they take him out of games in meaningful situations. So
I don't know that I'm even scared of him anymore.
No?
Right, he's fumbling a lot.
He's
yeah.
not.
All right, good.
That's all kind of over.
Good.
For me.
So with that being said, I want to try this on then. I think what you want to root for this week is you want to root for the Ravens to beat the Packers, and you want to root for the Browns to beat the Steelers. You want to root for the division to stay alive, because right now, the Bills' most likely opponent in the first round is Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
And in this scenario, you would make Pittsburgh go for it next week against the Ravens.
Right.
Rather than give them a week of rest where they could sit Rodgers, they could sit Metcalf is going to sit because he tried to punch someone.
Yeah. He's out.
They could sit important pieces on defense. Like, they can rest guys next week.
Uh-huh.
But if the Browns win and the Ravens win, then they got to go all the way to the end. Again, though, the risk there is you're opening up the possibility you play Baltimore. So it just comes down to how much you're threatened by Baltimore. I think I'm rooting for that. I'm rooting for the Ravens to win and keep the division alive. Make Pittsburgh keep fighting. That's tomorrow as well. Sunday. All right, what do we get on Sunday? Here in Buffalo, Eagles game is the late game. So at 1 o'clock, we're going to get Steelers and Browns, which Cleveland could win that game. Pittsburgh loses games like that all the time. All the time. AFC North, low scoring, running the ball. I could see Cleveland winning that game. It would probably look a lot like the Bills game did last week, except maybe they just get one extra break. So that's here. And then the Fox early game we get is New England at the Jets. That doesn't feel right. Fox is Jets-Patriots? Is Brady's not getting that game. No, because he's in the late window.
Yeah, he gets the 425 games.
Drew Brees is on that broadcast. So, okay, we'll all watch Brady cook together and probably be let down, but at least we have some rooting interest in that one. Hoping for the Jets to steal a game. Man, the atmosphere and the tone for the 4 o'clock game, Bills and Eagles, if the Jets pull off a miracle, through the roof. Because suddenly it's like, oh, the division's back. We're back. We just got to control our own destiny and win our 2 games, and we're in. Could be a big vibe change. It's all up to Brady Cook. I saw Tyrod giving him some pointers in practice. That's a good sign. Get him in the lab. Steal a win. All right, those are the 2 games that we get. Other games around the league on Sunday. We have Seattle and Carolina at 1 o'clock. Panthers are still fighting for their division. Seattle fighting for the 1 seed. The Bengals and the Cardinals are 2 really bad teams at 1 o'clock. Some draft order on the line, but that's pretty much it. That should be a very fun game for your fantasy leagues. If you have Jacoby Brissett, you might want to start him against the Bengals. Bucks and Dolphins, important game for Tampa. Quinn Ewers again. That's a 1 o'clock game. Colts and Jags, you get another Phillip Rivers fiasco. That should be fun. And then another draft order bowl. That's pretty much all that's on the line. The Saints and the Titans. I'm ready for Cam Ward to really start showing off down the stretch here. He's looked a little better as of late.
I've always liked him.
I think everyone seems to be on the same page that it's not his fault that it's not going well.
Everybody,
Most
I've been
people
getting some crap for
yeah?
thinking he's
okay.
all right.
Maybe I'm just surrounding myself with Cam Ward truthers.
I think maybe that's true because I know my old man is the same way as you and I. We both, all three of us, and I'm Callie. I think you're in the same boat.
I'm in the boat. Yeah.
He can chuck it
I'm in
around.
the Cam Ward
that
boat.
team is just a disaster.
Yeah, the Titans are a mess.
It's a disaster.
And that's what you attribute it to more, I think. At least in my circles, too. My friends. Like, we all think that. So we're Cam Ward believers over here.
Like, here's the take. If I were the Raiders and I ended up with the first overall pick, I would call Tennessee and tell them I would give them the first pick for Ward. I like him more than this year's quarterbacks.
Yeah, than like Mendoza or anybody in this year's draft.
I like him more than Mendoza.
I could definitely see like teams in that situation trying to do that. 100%.
That'd be interesting.
It'd be bold. I don't know which you need a bold NFL GM to do that. But in a vacuum, I would make that offer. I would rather have Ward than this year's guys.
Howie Roseman, that's the move he's going to make instead.
Right. If he were in that spot, he would definitely do that. Okay, so that's Titans and Saints, Steelers and Browns we mentioned. We get the Giants and the Raiders. That is the draft order bowl. That's number 1 versus number 2 in the draft order. The Raiders really need to lose that game. They really need to lose that game. 4 o'clock window, so Bills 4:25 against the Eagles. Actually, that Raiders-Giants game is the only other game in the 4 o'clock window. So it's Giants-Raiders at 4:06, and then Eagles and Bills at 4:25, and that is it. So Bills and Eagles, it's basically a standalone game at that point. Very few people are going to be watching Giants and Raiders. Night game on Sunday, Bears and 49ers. What do we have in terms of stakes there? The Bears are the 2 seed. They are only 1 game back from the 1, which is currently owned by Seattle. And the Niners are right in it. They are a game back of Seattle as well. That's for the division. They could get the 1 seed.
The Niners are frisky. They're playing pretty frisky right now, too. Especially, like McCaffrey's had pretty good games. I struggle with the Bears. Are you in on them? I feel like
I'm having a tougher time staying out. I've been wanting to be a doubter of theirs all year.
Yeah.
But it's getting tougher.
I mean, if you look at teams they've beaten over 500, though, there's like 2. Like, that's where I struggle.
They're one of these easy schedule teams.
We might have to wait until next season to really see with a better schedule. But
I was really impressed, though, last week.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That
was a big
me
win.
too. That last week, I think, was really kind of defining for them.
Yep.
Like, all right, pressure's on. We need to win now.
And they did.
And they did. And they looked good.
Right.
And without Odunze and Burden, like, they've been kind of limping around.
I think part of it, too, is I'm falling for the Caleb Williams hype right now. Like,
he's really putting on a show now, starting to.
He was my problem. Like, I thought that sack problem, you can't. It's always going to be there to some extent, and it really isn't. And he is. I mean, we knew this, but he really is special. The arm talent is top 5 in the league for sure.
Yeah.
And that's got me hyped up about him.
Right. Wasn't it like really kind of all encompassing was that done piece before the year on him? Like,
yeah, right.
That's it. Like if that corrects itself, this is going to be awesome. And I didn't think it was going to, and I think Ben Johnson has gotten himself in that spot where he's like in really good shape.
Oh yeah. Well, even at a press conference, he's like, I didn't think Ben Johnson liked me very much. Like he was talking about it earlier this week. So
yeah.
Good point just made by Sal, who just texted us that NFC West finishing standings is going to matter for who the Bills play next year.
Right.
The Bills play the NFC West, and they'll play the same place finisher. And at the moment, that could be any of 3 teams. It could be Seattle, it could be the Rams, or it could be the Niners.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That game will be a road game, I believe.
Would you rather go to L.A. to play the Rams, play the Niners, or play the Seahawks? That's next year, though. Like that's interesting.
Rams. Because I don't know if Stafford's playing.
Could
be Joe Burrow.
I'll take the risk. I know the Niners with Purdy, and I know the Seahawks with Darnold are going to be mostly the same next year. I think the Rams are the best of the three, but there is a chance Stafford retires. And then there's a chance they don't end up on the best idea to replace him.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if I'm the Rams, I'm calling the Bengals and I'm offering 4 firsts for Burrow. I'm calling the Cowboys, seeing if I can get Dak. Like, I'm going to the biggest ideas possible. But if those teams tell you no, like they probably would,
right, you're in trouble.
Where do you end up if he retires? I mean, you're at
Cam Ward.
You could be at a rookie.
Right.
Cam Ward. Right. Right now, the Atlanta pick, I think, would be around 10th. And they have that pick.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a top 10 pick. It's not a great quarterback class. There's really no free agents.
They do have a ton of cap
You could sign
space, too.
You could sign Daniel Jones on a torn Achilles. It's just like, I really wonder where they end up if Stafford retires. What probably happens is if there isn't a good idea, they beg him to come back one more time.
Right. And
Yeah,
just
one
like,
more season.
Limp us
Yeah.
through this. We'll accumulate something and find our path.
Yep.
But we need one more year out of you. Yeah.
But it depends. Like, if they win the Super Bowl and his back is,
he's
kind of screwed up like it was before the year, like he might not be like, I just can't. I'm done.
If he wins, I think he's done. I think that's a very safe bet, no matter what.
I almost think he's done. He's
in general.
Done. I think he's done.
No matter what?
I think he's awesome, but like
that's the thing. He's going to win MVP this year.
Yeah, and right, and we're talking about
He's
him
great.
retiring. I know it's ridiculous, but he came into the year as the back thing, and it's like, is he even gonna make it? Like
there were real trade chatters.
Yeah.
There was like trade reports about the Raiders were like on the phone with them and like refused to give up a certain price.
Right.
Like they were having calls. I don't know. Maybe Jimmy Garoppolo is their quarterback next year.
Jimmy G.
He's the backup. I mean, maybe he's the guy. They play, by the way, on Monday night this week, speaking of the Rams. Rams and Falcons. And that is the battle of the Rams against the team they currently own the number 1 pick for. So double incentive for them to win. The greater incentive, of course, is you're still fighting for the division and the 1 seed. But little cherry on top is if you beat the Falcons, they fall in the draft order. And you have their pick. Rams-Falcons on Monday night. Cousins at quarterback. Maybe Kirk Cousins is the Rams quarterback next year.
Could be.
Is he a starter next year?
No.
No?
I don't know.
We went through it earlier. There are a lot of teams, and there aren't enough quarterbacks to put on all of those teams that are probably onto a different guy.
Yeah, but it's another year deeper into him. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't be excited.
Who's doing that?
That's a Brown's idea.
Is his contract also
we
a
go.
nightmare
That's-
for Atlanta or anyone that would take it on, or is he done? Like, I don't know. I don't know what his contract looks like.
Year 3 of that contract, I'd imagine it's a little easier. Although, didn't he sign a fully guaranteed deal?
Yeah, didn't he get another one of those fully guaranteed?
I think it was
albatross
something astronomical
monstrosities?
when it was first reported. I couldn't believe it.
Right.
And then they drafted Penix, and everyone was like, "What is this
What's
team
happening?
doing?"
Yeah.
So if the Falcons released Cousins, they'll have to do something. His cap hit next year is $57.5 million.
Yeah. Oh,
and it's the same the following year. If they cut him, they save 22 of the 57.
Okay.
Isn't that all the more reason they're sticking with Penix next year?
Yeah,
It's
right,
Like they're
yeah.
already spending
If-
at least whatever that is.
If
on-
they trade him, they save 32 million of the 57.
Oh, they might.
So they'll
move him.
do one of those two things.
yeah, move on.
They'd rather not have him and pay 22
yeah,
Does
or
he
less.
go back to Minnesota? Is the question.
right.
All right, I'm listening.
Yeah.
I would be too.
Is
if I was
he
O'Connell.
or is he the Chiefs placeholder until Mahomes is back?
Whoa.
That might be
Kirk Cousins on the Chiefs.
That
Yeah.
might be my bet because that's
Week
like
1
we don't
starter
need
for the
you
Chiefs.
for long. Just get in here and get us.
Yeah.
Like if you can make us 500, we're good.
Week 1, Bills, Chiefs, and Cousins is the
Kirk
Kansas City
Cousins?
quarterback.
That's unbelievable.
There we go.
Be awesome.
You're opening the new stadium against Cousins.
Oh, that's right. It's at the new.
No,
Highmark.
that's not gonna. They're not gonna. They wouldn't put Cousins in that spot.
No, that's gonna be somebody.
This is all off-season stuff. We'll take a break here. We'll get back to Bills Eagles. I promise. Schedule talk this off-season. What do you do with the Chiefs?
Yeah, where do they fall?
Because if
now?
I'm a schedule maker, you don't. Also, he could be back, I guess, by week 1, but that's gonna
That
be tough.
seems tough. He had ACL and
LCL?
Like if you
Yeah.
knew he was going to miss a month, how do you decide who plays them when? Because if I'm a schedule maker, I'm thinking, well, I think I want to put the Bills later in the year to ensure my Chiefs and Bills matchup, but I can't just give
the Chiefs
I can't give them all the easy teams at the start when they don't have Mahomes, because that doesn't seem fair competitively.
That's collusion between the Chiefs and the NFL right there. If that ends up that way,
isn't that the most likely way that would ever happen? Though, is like, all right, you don't have your guy. Your guy's the guy.
We'll take it easy.
We're gonna help you out here.
All right, I'm writing this down to get back to in March.
Good.
We'll get back to
set the reminder.
803-0550 is the phone number. It's a Football Friday here on WGR. Good luck in your fantasy championships. You got a fantasy question, by the way. Throw it along. I made 1 championship in 9 leagues, so maybe I'm not the guy you want to listen to. I made 5 semis. Let me know if you got anything. Bills and Eagles on Sunday. A little bit more on this matchup. I got into this a minute earlier, but the way these two teams are built, very interesting to me because it's very, very different, in my opinion. Get to that when we come back here on WGR. Last year's leading rusher against this year's leading rusher. And if the weather plays into it at all, I mean, usually it doesn't too much, but it's supposed to be a little rainy. These teams want to run the ball. They like to run the ball. And one's had much more success doing it this year than the other. I mean, Cook leads the league in rushing, and he also leads the league in yards over expectation by almost 100. He's at 354. Derrick Henry is in second place at 256. Barkley, by the way, if you're wondering what kind of season he's having, he is only 81 yards over expectation. Cook is 354. So if you do that by attempt, I mean, Cook is gaining a yard, 1.25 yards per attempt more than he's really supposed to. And Barkley is 0.3. Like, he's much closer to, like, he's about doing what is expected of you. His line's been a little banged up. Lane Johnson this year, I think, is hurt a bit. So, yeah, like, it's not just, though, the season Barkley's having. It is also that the Bills, have one of the worst rush defenses in football. And if they've been lit up by the likes of Sean Tucker this year, then what could Saquon Barkley do to them? That is a bit terrifying, sure. But I wonder what their game plan looks like. I still think, what was the game that really showed this? The game against Pittsburgh was this a bit, right? Cincinnati was another one. Like, I don't know, like, I still believe that even though the Bills' rush attack is really poor, that part of that is their own choosing. That part of that is their own, we're okay with this because the trade-off is we have one of the better pass defenses in the league, which is also true. And there have been a couple examples, not a lot, not a ton of them, but there have been a couple games this year where New England maybe was another one of these. They sell out to stop the run, and they're able to do it. I'm not expecting the Bills to do anything like that with Josh Allen. I think there are levels to holding a guy back and conservativeness with injuries when, yeah, the meaning of this matchup is, again, why part of, I said earlier, like, if they kind of wasted this game putting it this late in the year. The stakes for both teams are not that great. And part of that is who the Patriots play and not having much belief that the Bills will get the help they need to win the AFC East. If the Patriots had left on their schedule, you know, games against Seattle and Jacksonville, then I'd be all into, all right, all out, let's go, because they could easily lose those 2 football games. But it's Brady Cook and Quinn Ewers. So that kind of kills off your stakes in this one. I don't think you bench Allen like that. I don't think they will bench Allen like that. I think what you could see, though, if the foot is still bothering him a little bit and they don't want to go nuts with it because the playoffs are coming and they'd like him to get as healthy as possible into that, what do? You play a more conservative game plan on offense. And not like they don't already do that sometimes, but it's all James Cook. It's running the football. It's even more, I know, not what people want to hear, but it's more screens, right? It's more, plays that have a quick decision to be made by the quarterback so that he's not hanging onto the ball and running around and trying to buy time because nobody's open. I think all you're doing is you're trying to avoid those situations as much as possible. Avoid Allen's got to play hero ball a little bit here and buy time and run around, and he's got to, even run the ball. So you take out your designed runs, you take out your long developing plays. Part of this, though, is the Bills don't really do that a lot anyway. Hey, get ready for the ultimate fan getaway on the Buffalo Football Legends Cruise, presented by Sojourn Travel Advisors, hosted by Sal Capaccio. Join Thurman Thomas, Steve Tasker, also new to the lineup, Fred Jackson and Doug Flutie. They'll set sail from Miami May 10th through the 17th, 2026, aboard Celebrity Cruise Lines Beyond. Cruise to unforgettable destinations like Porto Plata, Tortola, and plenty more. You'll experience once-in-a-lifetime moments with Buffalo football legends, plus celebrate Thurman's 60th birthday at sea. It'll be fun. Cabins are limited. Flexible payment plans are available. You can lock in your spot now at BuffaloFootballLegends.com. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy off today. Football Friday here on WGR is presented by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Time for Who Just Needs to Get Results. Brought to you by Dan Chacha, Injury Attorneys. Don't worry, Chacha's gotcha. This week, getting results. I mean, I feel like James Cook is at the top of my mind because the pass offense does not look great and it's banged up. The tight end's being injured. Nobody you can trust at receiver. And this is a great pass defense in Philadelphia. Like really, really stout. If you look at their defensive DVOA on the season, the Eagles overall have the fourth best defense in the league, only behind the Rams, the Texans, and the Seahawks. If you go over to their pass defense on the year. Philadelphia is also 4th. Run defense, they give up a little bit more. They are 16th in run defense DVOA. So, and in the pass defense, part of that is Dejean back there, and Mitchell. Mitchell's awesome. Quinyon Mitchell is one of the best corners in the league already. So, your receiving group against those guys, I'm not very optimistic. Did they let you run it a little bit? And Cook has been just pretty darn great almost every game in the last month. He's gone over 80 yards 5 games in a row. 4 of those were over 100. And I don't see why he would slow down at this point. I mean, he's played some good defenses in that stretch. He went for 116 against the Texans. He went for 117 against the Browns. I mean, he is doing it all right now. And it's not just, the line is blocking for him, the holes are wide open. That run he had against Cleveland last week for the touchdown might have been his best run of his career. There are 5 unblocked Browns on that play that he gets through. I mean, not all of them touch him, but you could look at that play and see once he gets past the first level, there is an unblocked linebacker, maybe it's 4. There's an unblocked linebacker, I believe 3 unblocked players in the secondary. And the way he cuts from right to left and then back to the right, it's the vision that he's got. The way he does it, he gets to the end zone there where, like, that's one of those plays where, to me, he's giving you that value that you see when you look up on Next Gen Stats that he has the most rushing yards over expected in the NFL. That's one of those plays. Because that's a play where, like, your line does the job. If Ray Davis is your running back, no offense to Ray Davis, but if he's your running back on that play, you probably get 12 yards. That's probably a successful run play. But he's probably not scoring. And most guys are probably not scoring. Bijan Robinson is maybe scoring on that play. And Jonathan Taylor is maybe scoring on that play. And Barkley. But it's not many of them. Your average running back is not getting to the end zone on that play. It was an incredibly impressive run. So I would go with Cook. I think it's pretty critical of him to have a good game here, with Allen's injury on top of that as well. So these two teams playing on Sunday. Look at how they're built. I think you got 2 quarterbacks right now that are both really highly paid. Their average salary is just over $50 million. Now, Allen costs a little bit more right now. He's in the 30s, whereas I think Hurts is in the mid-20s in terms of their cap hit. And part of that is how the Eagles do their business. The Eagles, which we've talked about before, like, they extend these deals into void years into, like, the year 3000. They just push it off, and it allows them to pay more people on the short term, which is why they have this roster that is just loaded with all-pro level talent, or at least Pro Bowl level talent at, like, every position. But they're doing this with a big quarterback contract. And to me, this is one of those where it kind of becomes you're a Jalen Hurts hater conversation. But I look at the two teams and see one GM has surrounded a quarterback that is only pretty good with an incredible roster. And he's proven, you can have great players at every position. You don't have to sacrifice. Because for the most part, he doesn't always pay his defensive linemen, but then he always replenishes it. But they keep guys, and they fire it back up. They have built up a couple of different elite offensive lines. There was a Jason Peters elite offensive line that won the Super Bowl, and then last year they get there with Mailata and Lane Johnson. So they can transition, but they've got this incredible roster, and they've built it with the big quarterback contract. And their quarterback, who I think is fine. I don't think he's great. I don't think he is an all-pro. I think any argument that he is one of, like, the 5 best quarterbacks in the league, I would even say the top 10 quarterbacks in the league. Like, I'm not there. He's got the most help in the last couple of years. Maybe this year you would argue the line being injured and the run game not being there has made it harder for him. But over like a 4 or 5 year stretch here, that quarterback's had more help than anybody in the league. He's had everything around him. And sure, I will not take all credit away from him because he did the thing in the Super Bowl. Twice, really. He stepped up. He made big throws down the field, good throws. Like, he did it in big moments. But there's no doubt that guy's job is super easy compared to, especially where Allen's been the last couple of years, where everything is hard. The run game makes it somewhat easier, but everything's hard. All your passes got to be perfect. You got to buy time for these guys. You got to run around. You got to create superhuman plays. And he has to do that more than the other guy that we'll see on Sunday because his roster isn't as good. And especially the weapons. One thing that the Eagles did last year, and one thing that they've done that some other teams have, is they won by having the stud receivers. So when Barkley gets shut down in the Super Bowl for 25 carries on 57 yards, they still win easily because, oh, guess what? You sold out to stop our running back, and now the quarterback, who isn't even one of the best in the league, he's throwing the ball to elite receivers that you can't cover one-on-one. That's the thing the Bills don't have right now. Clearly. I mean, they don't even have one of those two guys. But you saw the value of having guys like that in the Super Bowl. And the run game helped, and that's part of why they got a lot of one-on-one matchups, is the Barkley run game was threatening. But that's what has always made it more incredible about the Bills' pass game. Teams should be selling out to stop your running backs, making it easier for your receivers to get open down the field, and they still can't do it. The Eagles were the example. And again, they have everything, but they were the example last year in the Super Bowl. You get those separators and you've got a run game on top of it. You're unstoppable, and you don't even have Josh Allen as your quarterback. You got a guy who's pretty good. I would say only pretty good. How many would I take over him? I would take a good chunk of over him. And it also helps that he plays in the NFC, by the way. The NFC does not have Allen and Mahomes and Jackson and Burrow. Like, he's got to compete with Dak and Jordan Love, but Stafford, of course, but there's not this long list of elite level talented quarterbacks that you have a lot of in the AFC. 803-0550 if you want to get a quick thought in here on a Football Friday. Bills and Eagles coming your way on Sunday. Reminder to stay tuned for Sean McDermott today on the Extra Point Show, because we have not had a lot of information on injuries this week. We got the estimation from what practice would have been yesterday, but we jump right to injury designations. So McDermott will have that a little bit later today. Pat Hammer also in the 10 o'clock hour, or in the 11 o'clock hour on the weather for Sunday. And I'm going to be in the stands. I'm looking forward to hearing about that, and hopefully we get good news, because the last time I looked, it could be a pretty rainy game. 803-0550 is the phone number if you got one last thought to get in on the show. And then Sal coming up at 10 here on WGR. He saw his guy, Ben Johnson, leave and immediately go to Chicago. And through a month and a half, it's, he's taking over my division. The division that I've been dominating for a couple of years, he's taking over, and his offense looks amazing. And does Campbell, any part of Campbell go, I'm gonna do the thing he does, and I'm gonna show like I can do this too. And man, there have been some bad offensive games by the Lions last night. That's a war of play callers. That is Dan Campbell, who does not have a lot of experience doing this, going up against Brian Flores, who is probably a top 5 defensive play caller in the league, I think. And Flores just has him in a pretzel all night. There's a lot of fighting going on in Baltimore right now because there was a scathing article from the Baltimore Sun's Mike Preston, which I read reviews of, was pretty well sourced and pretty thorough. It was a piece about the Ravens and Lamar Jackson being at a crossroads and how Jackson has had these habits that the Ravens have kind of looked the other way on. He even mentions that Jackson, who, one of the things, sometimes this is an eye roll thing to me, but he mentions that Jackson is up late playing video games and falling asleep in meetings, and that the Ravens have begun having practice later in the day for him, kind of, instead of morning practices. And I'm not inclined to say that he's lying about any of this. I mean, I think when I read a piece like that, one of the things he said is he's an overgrown kid in an adult's body. It was pretty critical. When I read something like that, I'm not saying, again, that all that's not true and that, maybe Jackson, he does miss a lot of practices. There's weird times where he's unavailable, games even. I'm not saying there isn't anything to it. I feel like, though, that is... I could see it being coming from the coaching staff. Like, hey, the coaching staff is starting to get a lot of heat. And there's a lot of calls for Harbaugh to be fired. And that when that starts happening, you get the, let me tell you what's really going on down here. So maybe it's true, maybe it's not. I think what it means is that we could be heading for a split in Baltimore. And I don't think Lamar's going anywhere. It would be Harbaugh. I can't imagine it wouldn't be Harbaugh. And we'll see what they do. I mean, that's a long-time coach. He won a Super Bowl. There are similarities to the McDermott-Allen timeline there. Maybe not relationship, but timeline. And that would be a pretty important move in the AFC. So we'll see if they both stick around for next year. Quick phone call before we hit the break. Andy in Springville. What's up, Andy?
Guys, I'm a Bills fan by marriage. Going to the game Sunday with a dozen guys either out or limited in practice this week. Are they going to shut it down? Are they going to conserve? Are they going to try to avoid injury and burning guys out? Or are we going to try to improve our seating and hope the Chargers take a dump?
I believe that you'll see Allen play, and I wouldn't be stunned if they were more conservative with the rest of them. I think they could beat the Eagles, though, without some of those pieces. Be tough. I mean, Poyer's been very good. And 2 defensive tackles, 2 tight ends. Once you start getting to multiple at certain positions, that makes it tougher. But I think they could beat the Eagles without it. And if they lose, that makes the 5 seed a lot less likely, which that'll sting. Pittsburgh is the matchup you want. And to lose would mean you're less likely to get that because Houston could jump you. The Chargers are in front of you already. And the difference for me between playing Pittsburgh and Jacksonville is monstrous. And even New England. I think Jacksonville's a tougher opponent than New England. But New England's a lot tougher to me than Pittsburgh. The Broncos, again, every time I watch the Broncos, I'm thinking, I don't mind playing that team. I mean, I'd much rather play the Steelers, but not at the end of the world if you were to play Denver. So it depends. I think there are levels to it. If, I lose and I lose out on the 5 seed, it's a negative, but how big a negative is going to come down to who you end up playing. If it's, I'm playing the Jags instead, I think that's a nightmare. If you play the Patriots instead, that's not great. And if you play the Broncos instead, I would be okay with that. So it's definitely something I think worth trying for. But playing guys through injuries that you're going to need them healthy for come playoff time, it's not that important for me. I think I would like to see them be conservative on that front, but I guess we'll see what McDermott does. We'll get injury designations from him during the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. So stay tuned for that. Sal is on the way when we come back, and I'll talk to you on game day on Sunday. Stay tuned for Sal after this on WGR.